All right. Let me turn that brightness down real quick. Bam. All right, y'all. Shalom. We gonna go ahead and get started. Hopefully we going. If we ain't, hey, it is what it is. Oh shit. All right. Anyway, we got one. Stay on that. That's all I need. Lock in to the camera. We about to start a set. For real, man. Hey, man, I don't mind enunciating.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah, it does. It makes it easier to talk to people without them feeling like you're being aggressive. Alright, so we're gonna get this man. Alright, y'all, we gonna go ahead and sign in. Call Halal Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. I'm Haya El, and this is Brother Asael. You got time for Bible?
I'm okay.
Are you okay? Mexican kids getting shoved in cages at the border. I know you fine though. Yep. Anyway, we gonna go ahead and get this started, y'all. It's gonna be a nice and simple lesson today. And today's lesson is more or less called the way of the Lord. Everybody talks about samurai and the way of the warrior and all this other nonsense. Not understanding where people get that is from the Bible, right? When you talk about courage, frugality, mercy, patience, the virtues that make a good warrior, all of that's in the Bible. We're going to cover some of that today, right? So brother, can you start out with Exodus 15 and 1 through 3? Yes, sir. You got to start it off right. And blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you the real Israelites, this message is for you to let you know to come back to your God and keep the commandments. So go ahead and get it, brother.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15 and verse 1. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation. My father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
And we know God as Yahweh by his real and actual name, the real pronunciation of what people call the Tetragrammaton, right? The Most High God is a God of war. That's why one of the first acts of the Most High God to introduce himself to the world was that he toppled the preeminent empire of that time. He destroyed the Egyptians along with their king and their army. The Egyptians were so afraid of God's people as we exited Egypt, they willingly gave up their gold and their silver. They just said, here, take it, get out. You got to think, how terrible is our God to make an entire civilization willingly give up their riches? But we're going to get into it today. Brother, can you go ahead and give me Exodus 3 and 1 through 9? Because you need to understand, not only is the Most High God a God of war, but he is the God of our fathers, right? This is something that we're constantly trying to get our people to understand. Your God is not the God of everybody. Get it when you got it. Yes, sir.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 3, from the top. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt.
So Moses saw the burning bush, right? This was before everything transpired with Moses becoming the leader of the Israelites. At this point, he had already killed an Egyptian. He was already about to be paired up with his wife. And he was staying in the house of his father-in-law, Jethro, right? This is akin to Moses seeing an angel, but he didn't see the angel's personage. He saw a work of the angel, and the angel's voice came out of the burning bush that was burning but yet not consumed. The reason why we're bringing out this pericope here is to further explain who your God is. Because you need to understand something. Your God has gone to great lengths to introduce himself to his people, whether it be to individuals or entire crowds or nations of his own people. Keep going, brother.
Verse 4. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here am I.
Now, I have to stay on this point just a second. A lot of times we hear God spiritually crying out to us saying our respective names. Moses, Moses. And most of us go, you know what, I'll come back later. I'll call back later. I'll show up later. I'll tap in later. Not understanding, you don't get to just turn away from God like that. Not for free. It's going to cost you. And to our people who walk by us every Saturday, the same cry that came out of the bush from the angel of the Lord to Moses is the same cry coming out of his prophets to his wayward people, saying to come back and repent. You got time for the Bible today, sir? Are you black, Hispanic, Native Indian by chance? Are you white man? Going into slavery? Yeah, but.
That's right.
Can't wait. Keep going, brother.
Verse 5, and he said, Draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon him.
So you have to understand something, right? The Most High God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's right.
And Jacob's descendants. That's all
right.
we need that answer right there, right? Because the Most High God does not change, and we're about to grab that. Yeah, go ahead.
It's verse 10 in Exodus chapter 3. Come now therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt.
So the Most High God, due to the oppression that the Israelites were under, he took it upon himself to liberate his people. And he sent Moses unto Pharaoh to give him warning from the Most High. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Thanks.
Now it says, what's God's real name? Y'all know? I know. And our elders, they throw their hands up, they go, I don't know. They've been doing that for the last 30 years. Shit, they've been doing the electric slide, dancing merengue, pick your poison, right? See, I always look at those videos when our elders were in the 60s and 70s. They were at the disco, doing cocaine, you know, doing all the drugs that Esau pumped in our communities, not understanding that was part of MK Ultra, Soul Train. What is it? What is that? Night at the Apollo. Yeah, it was another talent show for Jake to go and show that he got real talent. Not understanding that was just another minstrel show for you to participate in, so the heathen could take your culture. Because if you look around, none of it belongs to you. I wonder how that happened. Jake started allowing the white man and all his heathen buddies to put cameras in their venues, their dance halls, their clubs, and before we knew it, the record executives started to show up with contracts and deals. And Jake was willing to sign, not understanding you were signing away your very culture. But, brother, can you go ahead and we're going to get me Isaiah 43 and 10 and 11. Sister, you got time for the Bible today? Man, it's a shame, man.
43, 10 and 11.
Yes, sir.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 43 and verse 10. Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. I, even I, am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior.
So the Most High God makes it readily apparent. There is no way out. There's no way to be preserved except for me. I'm the only way you're going to make it out of here. And blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians still haven't got that message. Especially in the black community. You got the black woman aborting millions of babies every year and inciting violence in our own community by constantly rabble-rousing and putting people together to fight one another and kill one another. And us as men, we are not helping because we don't provide any structure, guidance, or direction for our communities. So the only way out of this downward spiral of destruction is the Most High God. And our people still ain't realizing it, right? And to those who think Jesus came and changed it all, brother, can you get me Malachi chapter 3 and 6? And then 1 Peter 2 and 9 through 10. Right? Because we need to understand something. The Most High God has already made it readily apparent, dare I say axiomatic, because you shouldn't have to ask at this point if the Most High God changes. Because if you look at the plight of the Israelites, we've been through slavery after slavery after slavery after slavery, all for the same reason, for not keeping God's commandments. So on that front, God ain't changed a beat. And I have a feeling God ain't changed on everything else either. Go ahead and get it when you got it.
It's the book of Malachi, chapter 3 and verse 6. For I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed.
So this is something that we have to pull out constantly. Not just for those who are heathen, but for Israelites as well. Who believe that God all of a sudden had a change of heart, send his son and say, you ain't got to keep my laws no more. Do as thou wilt. We have to let our people know God ain't changed a damn thing. And this is at the back end of the so-called Old Testament. See, it's really a disservice that our people don't read the Apocrypha. Because if they read the Apocrypha, they would realize that God never actually said anything to express that he changed. The only thing the Most High God did was he backed us up when we needed him the most. But as far as silencing our enemies and putting us on top of all nations, the Most High God said we were gonna have war. We were gonna have tumult until the time of visitation and the time of the end. And he delivered on that, right? Whenever you got it, go.
1 Peter.
Yeah, 2 and 9 and read to 10.
It's the book of 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light, which in time past were not a people, but are now the people of God, which had not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy.
So you got to understand, the way of the Lord encompasses his choice of his people. And if the way of the Lord is just and righteous, how could the Lord be just and righteous if he were to simply turn his back on his people and throw us to the wolves and let us be consumed by the heathen who are dare I say worse than us? Because where do you think, viewer who's watching this video, right? Where do you think our habits came from? Our habits of idolatry, our habits of keeping the wayward ways that the Most High God tells us to avoid. Ways such as idolatry, whoremongering, bestiality, pedophilia. These are all the ways of the heathen, and not just the so-called white man. Because when you look at the ancient Egyptians, sodomy among father and sons, that was commonplace. Dare I say, a cultural norm from the Egyptians. So we've been told by the Most High God that we are his people, although if you read Hosea 1 and 10, for a while we would be called not his people, and then we would be acknowledged as the sons of the living God. And that's what Peter is acknowledging in verse 10. Yeah, what's up, man? What you got? Go ahead and get it. You want to talk about Judah? Not a people. About to say, you about to talk about Judaism? No, you good. Just try to find them. But go ahead and get me Sirach 10 and 1 through 5. Right? Because if the Most High God is if he doesn't change, then what type of ruler and king is the Most High God? Surely the Most High God is a wise and understanding king, capable of giving wise counsel and guidance to his subjects. Well, let's see what Sirach has to say about this. Yeah, give me Sirach 10 and 1 through 5.
The book of Sirach, chapter 10 and verse 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered. As the judge of his people is himself, so are his officers, and what manner of the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein. An unwise king destroyeth his people, but through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
So that puts us in quite a predicament. The Most High God is a wise King of kings. So how are we then such a wayward people? And that very same question is acknowledged in the Bible. I'm going to pull it real quick. Because the Most High God created us to be a people unto himself, a righteous people. And we are also called a noble vine. So, if the Most High God planted us a noble vine, how are we so unrighteous and wicked now? This is Jeremiah, chapter 2 and verse 21. Yet I planted thee a noble vine, wholly a right seed. How then art thou turned into this degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me? So, knowing the God of this book, the God known as Yahweh, a man of war, how have his people gone so far astray? We're going to highlight how our people have gone far astray by highlighting the virtuous actions of our ancestors and how they contrast with our people today. And you're going to see the same courageous nature that our people used to have is no longer present in high amounts today. Every so often, you'll see that courageous lion-like spirit that Jake was born to have, you'll see it come out. But just like in the book of Genesis where it says Judah is a lion's whelp, who shall rouse him up? Right? We're seeing that today, where most of our people are in a docile state. Read that last verse again.
An unwise king destroyeth his people, but through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
Keep going.
The power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
Shalom. Brother Aman on the scene, all praises. Right? So what the brother just read was that the Most High God in time will set up over this kingdom one who is righteous and profitable. Because if you look at the leadership of this world today, this world is being led into a proverbial void. And it's being led there by God's most hated enemy, the white man, the Edomites. That's why when you look at that water down there, it looks like sewage. When you breathe in the air, it smells like chemicals and not just fresh air from the plains. Right? These people are unprofitable. And in time, the Most High God is going to set up people who are profitable, not just to his people, but to the earth itself. Because all of creation is groaning because of the rulership that is currently in power. Right? Brother, can you grab me? Give me Psalms 82, and we're going to read from 1 all the way up to verse 8. And then, can you hold Matthew 23 and 1 through 3? If you done with verse 5? Is that it?
I didn't get too far.
Okay, cool. Just stay at 1. We're gonna read the whole thing.
Verse 5. In the hand of God is the prosperity of man, and upon the person of the scribe shall he lay his honor.
Now, some might read that and just go, okay, so God's going to give honor to whom he deems fit. Hey, but if you read and you actually take your time, you'll see the person of the scribe shall he lay his honor. Well, who do the oracles of God belong to? Who actually wrote out the Bible? Can somebody grab me Romans 3 real quick? Yes, I can. Can I have that one? That's the camera stand over there. It's made out of books. Hey.
I got it.
But I got that black Bible that you like. Yeah. I got it. Start at the top.
Romans 3.
3, yes, sir. The top.
The book of Romans chapter 3 and verse 1. What advantage then hath the Jew? Or what profit is there of circumcision? Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God.
So unto the Israelites were committed the oracles of God, or the sayings of the Most High God. In other words, God spoke to us. And what he spoke, we had scribes and prophets write down. So, in Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 5, where it says, in honor the person of the scribe shall he lay his honor. Right? So the Most High God is going to put the honor up on the same people who wrote his words and kept his words. Right? So having a thorough understanding of who the Most High God is and what his way or his principles are, that will aid you in coming to know who his people are, what his kingdom is supposed to be like. But, can you go ahead and grab the scripture, brother?
Psalms 82, starting at 1. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judges among the gods. How long will he judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk in the darkness. All the foundations of earth are out of course.
So, we're going to break this down, because the brother read it quite a bit there, right? When the Most High God says through David he's going to stand in the council of the mighty, well, who are the mightiest people on the planet? If you go to Deuteronomy 7 and 6, we're called a special and peculiar people. And we are told that we are above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So if we are above all people, then that means that council of the mighty is God's people, the Israelites. And that shouldn't come as a surprise that the Most High God would like to dwell amongst those who are rated excellent amongst their peers. That would be like if you were a multi-billionaire and I caught you driving a hoopty. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, I would have so many questions. Like, yo, you have all the power, the money, the status, the ability to get whatever car you want. But you decided to drive a car that it's not like it has hidden features. You're driving a piece of trash. That's why when you look at those Jews over in Israel today, and they say that they're God's people, the biggest argument against them is their own countenance. You mean to tell me that God's people need sunscreen? God's people, they need to be on roids so that they can get a modicum of muscle and look like they go to the gym? Because I don't know if y'all know, but the Amalekites over in Israel, they are not known for their physiques. They are not known for their physical strength or their speed. That's why you don't see any Jewish athletes. And when you do see them, there are people masquerading as so-called Jewish people, calling themselves Jewish, not understanding that they're the real Jews, right? But keep going, brother.
Verse 6. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes.
So we are the Most High God's chosen people. And we are called gods, or otherwise divine ones, rulers, or judges. We are called the Elohim, or Elohim. The same word that's used in Genesis 1, right? That's why we try to explain to our people, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, that this whole book is for you and no one else. Go ahead and finish it out, brother.
Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
Now, we're going to go to the Blue Letter Bible, and I want to see what the word for God is there when it says, arise, O God, and judge the nations. Because it's not in all caps. So that means it's not the Tetragrammaton. So what term is it? See, again, and I was talking to my wife about this just the other night. We downplay our role in the procession of events on this planet. Jake wants to be an extra in a play that he stars in. Instead of stepping on center stage and performing the role as God has ordained it, Jake wants to be a bush and stand off in the background and be of no importance, not understanding you're the most important character in the world outside of the Most High God and His Son. And I have to say it because our enemies are walking by. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, I'm talking to you. Everybody else, you're an extra. And one of you extras is about to get fired. You're going to be banished from the earth. And it's well deserved and long awaited. But let's grab this real quick. See, a lot of times these crackers be walking by thinking we talking about them. I don't like it when they walk by and they think I'm talking about them. I want them to know I'm talking about the Israelites, your most hated enemy, the people that you call nigger over dinner. I want you to know I'm talking to those people. I'm giving comfort and good news to those people through the strength and power of the Most High God, not to you. But the word for God there is Elohim. So when it says, arise, O God, it's talking to us. And when it says, judge the earth, that's talking to us. Where else do you see that the so-called saints are going to judge the earth? You see that in the book of 1 Corinthians. You got to understand something, Jake. You are very important here. You are God's right hand on this planet. And you will either perform as designed or you will be decommissioned. In other words, he's going to kill your ass. Right? Go ahead and get your scripture, brother. Anybody got any precepts? Yeah, I told you Matthew 24. Yeah, you good. 1 through 3. I know it's a lot. And then after that, both of y'all turn to Hebrews 7. We'll hang out there for a second.
It's the book of Matthew, chapter 23, and verse 1. Then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you, observe, that observe and do. But do ye not after their works, for they say and do not.
So I know some of y'all thinking, why he bring this out? Remember we read in Sirach 10, as a king is, so are his officers. What did Yahushua just tell you to do? Yahushua just told you the same thing God told you. Keep my laws. Yahushua said, all the things that the Pharisees and Sadducees bid you to do, observe and do. But do not after their ways, because they say and do not. In other words, do as they say, not as they do. Because they were telling us to keep the law. Again, you have to understand something. If you come to serve the Lord, you have to be in order. And Yahushua came in the volume of the book. He came in order. So when people say that Jesus paid it all and things are different now and anybody can be saved, you're telling me the first order of Christ was to resist the will of God. And we know that not to be true. Because Christ said it out of his own mouth. Him and his Father are one. And one of Yahushua's desires was that we would be one, like him and his Father are one. In other words, be on the same accord. Be in harmony in purpose and in deed. But these are our basic tenets that our people can't grasp because they have to understand the Bible in such a way it permits them to smoke a blunt, eat a pulled pork sandwich, and have a stripper throw some ass in their face. Our people are willing to do anything to pervert this book, to do wickedness, instead of following the ways of God. But right? Because we've talked about the Most High God. We have a few characteristics about him. He's a man of war, and he's the God of the Israelites. We now have found out a little bit about his chief officer, his son and prince, Yahweh Shah. And he told us to keep the laws of the Bible. But let's find out a little bit more about him in the book of Hebrews. Go ahead and get it.
Hebrews 7, verse 14. For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evident, for that after that similitude of Melchizedek.
No, that's it.
That's it.
So Yahweh Shah sprang out of Judah. So the Son of God came into the flesh through the house of Israel in the house of Judah. The house that occupies rulership within the structure of the Israelites. Keep the commandments. Keep the commandments. Right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But actually, y'all slide over to Hebrews 10. That's where I want to go. Slide. Right? Can somebody get me Hebrews 10 and 7 through 13? Another person get me 19. Come. Go ahead and get me that.
Hebrews 10, verse 7. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me, to do thy will, O God. Above when he said, Sacrifice and offering and burnt offerings, an offering for sin thou wouldest not. Neither hadst pleasure therein, which are offered by the law. Then said he, Lo, I come to do thy will, O God. He taketh away the first, that he may establish the second.
So this is Paul basically paraphrasing the words of Yahweh Shah. Yahweh Shah did not say he came to do anything that was different than what God told him to do. And Yahweh Shah didn't even speak those words by himself. King David said those words. You got to understand something. If you come to serve God, man, you don't get to come with your own itinerary. We see plenty of kings throughout the history of Israel get cut down in their prime and in their youth because they refuse to be humble and serve God and follow God to the letter of his diction. If God is giving you orders and you want to do something different, you're going to get replaced. And you're probably going to die. That's what happened to King Saul. Saul died in disgrace. You need to understand what it means to die on the battlefield on your own sword and to be found by your enemies. And that further caused problems for the new king that is elected after you pass. Because what was the first problem that David had to put away when he received news of Saul's death? Doeg the Edomite, who said that he mercy killed Saul. And then he had to ask him, who gave you charge to lay hands on God's elect? And then he had to tell one of his men to fall upon that man. In other words, kill him. He wasn't talking about no Diddy shit. You know what I'm saying? He said, kill that man. But Saul came with his own itinerary. Instead of doing what God told him to do, he thought he would praise God on his own terms. And God said, hey, obedience is better than sacrifice. Right? Where you at right now? Verse 10.
Verse 10. By that which will we are sanctified through the offering of the body of Jesus Christ once for all. And every priest standeth daily, ministering and offering oftentimes the same sacrifices, which can never take away sins. But this man, after he had offered one sacrifice for sins sins forever, sat down on the right hand of God. From henceforth, expecting till his enemies be made his footstool.
That's it. So one of the things about Yahweh Shai that you have to analyze from this telling here is his courage. Yahweh Shai came knowing that he had to lay his life down for the redemption of his people who were wayward, sinful, and rebellious. And he knew that things cannot be accomplished any other way. That's why when he prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane, he prayed to the Most High God 3 times, if it be possible, have this cup pass from my lips. And God didn't say nothing. Because God said, in other words, there ain't no other way. This is it. This is everything that you've been prepared for. Now go do it. And you're going to see that theme throughout the lesson today with various people, whether it be Joshua, Moses, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. All these figures had to be told their mission. And God had to let them know, hey, you got to be strong and of good courage. because the task that I've set before you, it's been tailored to your abilities. No one else can do it but you. And if you refuse to do it, I'll make sure that you get to it as soon as possible. And you see that in the book of Jonah. Jonah thought that he would do his own thing, and God said, I'll shake this whole fucking world upside down. Right? But brother, go ahead and get what you got. Yes, 19 through
It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 10 and verse 19. Having therefore, brethren, boldness to enter into the holiest by the blood of Jesus, by a new and living way which he had consecrated for us through the veil, that is to say, his flesh.
Now, you have to understand what he just said here. Yahushua was bold in knowing that he had to destroy his flesh in order to enter into the Holy of Holies. And he couldn't even have his flesh destroyed on his own terms. It had to be according to the prophecies. Being hanged on a tree, having his side pierced with a spear, none of his bones being broken, and being given vinegar and piss to drink. That's what gall is. You need to understand, he fulfilled the prophecies of his coming, his crucifixion, his resurrection, and his departure. He fulfilled it all to the letter. That's why he is the ultimate example of what it means to endure unto the end. And many of our people thinking that all they have to do is say, I accept Christ, they think that's all they have to do, not understanding that you're going to be a day late and a dollar short when Yahushua does return and you're given your final judgment. And I just want to frame it for you, because that judgment is going to be very daunting and intimidating. Yahushua is going to be about 20, 30 feet tall. We don't even know how tall he's going to be. And can you imagine that man standing over you going, hey, so why didn't you do what I told you to do? I taught you that you were an Israelite. I taught you to keep my law. I even kept you when your enemies were all beside you. And yet here you stand, rebellious, with no works. Some are going to stand before the judge with no works of humility, patience, or love toward their own people. But yet they've done everything else. But they've omitted the weightier matters of the law. Again, you have to understand the way of the Lord is not just abject judgment. When I say abject, I mean miserable judgment. Judgment without the virtues of mercy and patience. The ways of the Most High God encompass all those things. And we are to judge righteously. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 21. And having an high priest over the house of God, let us draw near with a true heart in full assurance of faith, having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience and our bodies washed with the pure water. Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering, for he is faithful that promised.
So there is something that God requires of his followers. And that's called unwavering devotion. Whether it be in the face of death, hardship, deprivation, you are supposed to remain steadfast. And know that God has it in his hands. And however things play out, it's according to his will. It is sometimes God's will to see you bleed a little bit. To see you hurt a little bit. To see you struggle a little bit. Shit, you look at anybody, Job, Yahushua. Shit, Jeremiah spent most of his ministry in jail. That's why when you read about people like Baruch, one of the things that Baruch did was he delivered the letters of Jeremy, or Jeremiah. Why would he have to deliver Jeremiah's letters if Jeremiah was just walking about having a good time, doing what God told him to do? That's because Jeremiah was in prison for doing what God told him to do. But Paul says that Christ, or the strength of Yahushua and his sacrifice is made perfect in weakness, right? Because how could God show his strength if you were already strong? But could y'all grab me? That's all we need. Can somebody give me Revelations 5 and 5? Because one of the things that's illustrated in Hebrews 10, one of the things that's illustrated in Hebrews 10 is why the Son of God was worthy to open the seals of the book of life. Go ahead and read it.
It's Revelations 5, verse 5. And when and one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof.
So if Yahushua didn't have courage and boldness, the first time Judas even thought about betraying him, he would have said, hey man, cut that shit out. He would have rebuked the devil that came upon Judas, that enabled him to go sell Yahushua out for 30 pieces of silver. Because think about how little sense it made for him to compromise his integrity in this truth for only money. Because the first thing Judas did after he received the money was he cast it down in the congregation and went and hung himself. But the Most High God sanctioned the left-hand spirit to come onto Judas, and Yahushua saw it, and he said, accomplish what you got to do quickly. Because he knew there was no other way. That's courage. Can you imagine being put to death and you gave the order a year prior, and then you don't even want to die, but yet you walk every step forward knowing that your blood's going to be spilled? That's what our Messiah did. See, that's why, again, his example is something for us to treasure. Because the Most High God did not have to allow us to have this book again. Because in slavery, the white man did an excellent job of getting rid of this book. Go ahead and get it. We were in Revelations 5 and 5. Yeah, get it, man.
We're talking about the evil spirit that came on Judah. That's 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 14. And it reads, But the spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him.
Man. And notice, the evil spirit came from God. So the Most High God said, hey, look, it's about time. Go ahead and head out. You know what you got to do. And again, that further testifies to the point of when these spirits get orders, they don't question God, man. They don't say, hey, but he's the king of Israel. Isn't he he's your chosen right now? Surely you don't want me to plague him. That spirit said, hey, man, where you at? Shit, let me get there in a hurry. Where you at? But that's not the attitude of the average Israelite. Most Israelites, when it comes to coming to camp, they're just like, yo, I got to go to work, man. I got to pay these bills. And then they wonder why the bills get heavier every week, not every month. It's because the Most High God is trying to tell you you chose wrong. And as I said, that a hawk just landed in a tree. I'm going to tell you, man, the Most High God be sending these signs for his elect. But if your ass sitting at home talking about you got to make some money, or you at the job, you ain't going to see him. And it's like that. And I don't care who it is. If it cuts you, it cuts you. Because you need to be here. You need to be doing the work, man. We're in the last days. You're about to have no job whatsoever. And seeing the sacrifice that Yahushua made, and seeing the boldness that the prophets of the Most High God stood with of old, we need to be standing with that same courage today. Right? But can somebody grab me Isaiah 40 and 29 through 30? And then the other person give me Psalms 18 and 31 through 49. Right? Because what we're about to get in Isaiah 40 is going to talk about how the Most High God can give you strength. Again, that's why the ultimate thing we need to be doing as Israelites is keeping God's law. Because blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you're God's children. You're the Israel. They look zesty, man. I'm sorry, I said 10 and 11. Man. I'm sorry, 29 and 30. I'm glad I looked.
It's Isaiah 40, verse 29. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increaseth strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young man shall utterly fall.
Keep going.
But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with the wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint.
This message is to y'all, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, the real chosen of God. right? You the Israelites.
That's right.
And one of
Right.
these days, the white man going into slavery, and he
That's right.
deserved every damn bit of it.
That's right.
And to our sisters who love getting with white men, I have to question why. The white man can't kill enough of your people. He can't rape enough of your children. That's a question you should ask yourself every day. Waking up with the enemy right beside you. Shit is crazy.
Sleeping with the enemy to a whole new state.
And the white man done shown you that he hate every bit of your people with the election of Donald Trump. Because the reasons why they elected him was to get your people out of America. Knowing it's going to torpedo their whole economy. The white man is literally willing to bloodlet himself in order to get rid of you. And again, this is to my camera. It's always our damn elders. It's always our elders, man. And then they got the nerve to turn around and wonder why we so damn messed up. But yet you got two Northern Kingdom sisters walking with two Edomites. They look like they in their damn 60s. So that means they lived through segregation, or at least they were born in it. They know what it's like to be alive during those times, and yet that didn't sway them one bit. They ran out there trying to improve their race, so to speak. See, because that's a thing with the northern tribes. The more white you look, or the more you can pass, the better off they think you are, not understanding that our women, they give rise to these bastard Edomite children. And I say bastard because they don't have a God. So you got to understand, when God says he's only our God, that means everybody else is a damn bastard, a fatherless child.
That's right.
But that don't sway our elders. But the hard-headedness of our elders ain't going to sway us today. Let's stay on the track. Can somebody go ahead and grab me? Oh, you got Psalms 18:31, right? You got that. Come.
This book of Psalms, chapter 18, verse 31.
Yeah.
For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up, and thy gentleness hath made me great.
So one of the things that we have to understand about King David was a man of unparalleled devotion to the Most High. Most people think King David just had like boundless strength, boundless energy, immaculate ability. But here you see in Psalms 18, King David is attributing all the things that make him great to the Most High God, because he knows where it comes from. And because he knows where his strength comes from, he can be bold and courageous. He can embody the way of the Lord, the way that we need to follow. He's a worthy example to our people. Keep going, brother. Thank you. Father.
Verse 36. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, that my feet did not slip. I have pursued mine enemies and overtaken them. Neither did I turn again till they were consumed. I have wounded them that they were not able to rise. They are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength unto battle. Thou hast subdued under me those that rose up against me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me.
Again, this further drills into our point that King David was a mighty man, and the people under him were capable of waging war to victory only because God sanctioned it. The necks of David's enemies were given unto him by God himself. That's why we were told by the Most High God in the book of Exodus that he shall fight for us and we shall hold our peace. Right? Granted, they took to the battlefield, but we know it's not by strength of arm that we achieve victory, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. Right? Keep going, brother. A little bit more.
Verse
Actually,
40.
before you read that, I have a question to any viewers who are looking at this. Is God doing this for everyone else? Go ahead and read what you got, brother.
Verse 41. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not.
I guess not. You know what I'm saying? It's a rhetorical question. Got answered real quick. Because if you think that King David and our people were running all over these heathen and they didn't cry out to Yahweh, having heard of him, because you got to remember, after the Most High God led us out of Egypt through the leadership of the angel of the Lord, the word of Yahweh spread among men, amongst the whole earth. So they knew who our God was. And that shows in Ezra 4 and 2. When the elders of the heathen came unto us saying that we've worshipped your God since the time of the Sarhadon. Right? Which was another, I think another, well, I know it was a heathen king, but I think he was he might have been either an Elamite or an Assyrian. But I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, the heathen obviously cry unto God, and God don't answer them like that. And it's the same thing today. These heathen think that they're crying on to God being given victories to take the land of Israel, as in 1948. The same way they think they're being given a victory today over the Palestinians, a people who basically just live in the dirt. Not understanding that the Most High God is allowing them to play out their designs until their time is at an end. And at that time, the Most High God is going to be rid of them. And he's going to get rid of them by the hand of his people, Israel.
Right.
Keep going, brother.
Verse 42. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Thou hast delivered me from the strivings of the people, and thou hast made me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me.
And that's it, right? So David said that the Most High God made him the head of the heathen. Well, what's one of the things that the Most High God is going to do to Yahweh Shai when he comes here? What was one of the things that Yahweh Shai is basically waiting for now? He's waiting until his enemies are made his footstool. Sit thou at my right hand until your enemies be made your footstool. You sisters got time for the Bible today? Now says, when you call on God, he's going to have the same response.
That's right.
No thank you. You're going to be saying Dios mio and all that shit, and he ain't going to hear it. See again, what we're reading, if our people only understood and knew who God is in the Bible, they wouldn't have this dismissive attitude about the Bible itself. They would be clamoring over each other to hear the words of this scripture, of this book. You got to remember, at one point in time, man, our enemies were forcing us at the point of death to translate the Bible into a language they could understand. They've gone through quite a number of troubles in order to have this book even be compiled so that it could be given to the earth. But the Most High God has used that to our advantage because this book is sealed. It's not a book that you could just understand simply by picking it up. You have to consult and consort with one of God's prophets, one of his teachers, in order to receive the sense of this book. And most of our people think that's their pastor. As the pastor passes around the collection plate, and you hope he's only sleeping with the women of the church. But as we know in modern day, usually that's not the case. Right? Men and little boys tend to be at the top of the menu. Right? But anyway. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
It's 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries, my goodness, the adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his kings, and exalt the horn of his anointed.
Now, if God is going to judge the ends of the earth, why does he have to exalt somebody else? Maybe it's because he's going to use them to judge the earth. There's steps to this. And most of our people, they downplay their involvement, not understanding that you are an integral part of the rulership that has to occupy this earth in order for it to run correctly. One of the things that we notice is that there's an absence of care in general. People don't have empathy and patience for one another. That's only because people without it are running it. Y'all got time for the Bible today, elders? Thou says. And I have to say this to my camera. Only in America where blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians pushing 65 say they ain't got time for God, knowing they're going to be calling upon God in an old folks home very shortly. Only in America. And these will be the same people talking about, God, if you only give me 5 more, I swear I'll serve you every day of that 5. Not understanding you had your chance, and God is the one who pulls the plug. That's why a lot of times all you do is languish in the hospital and then die. Because God has had it up to here with you by the time he has to put hands on you. See, it would behoove our elders to read Proverbs 1. But they ain't going to read it because they ain't been reading since they got out of high school. All of 50 years ago. Hey, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's why they think this shit is sweet. They think we're just saying empty words out here, not understanding that God kills and makes alive. Everybody that you've ever known that died, God killed their ass. He sanctioned it. And our people treat God like he's an afterthought, not understanding he's the very foundation under which you operate and live. And we dismiss him like he's nothing. And how does it go? A servant who knows is beaten with many stripes. Our elders know better. They know better. They've seen people be judged. See, when you see people go through hardship, that's supposed to remind you to fly right. More times than not, it makes our people become more hardened, and they double down on their wickedness. And they say, you know what? So what about lung cancer? I'm gonna smoke anyway. So what about going to prison? I'm gonna rob a liquor store anyway. I'm gonna keep trapping and gangbanging. We're out here for the blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians to preach the word and the gospel and to let the white man know he's going into slavery. That's right. I saw you looking and you're curious. I'm going to answer your question. The white man's going into slavery.
That's right.
Don't look at him. He's going to be a slave master.
Yeah,
they going with you. Shit, you going to have plenty of company, Mr. White Man.
Yeah.
Hey, read Psalms 83 when you get home. Read Psalms 83. But he don't know who them nations are. Because that's one thing that the white man convinced us of, and that's that he could read and process information. But the least of the nations are the Edomites. That's why the white man liked to fuck children. He liked to molest dogs.
That's right.
He's the #1 perverse person on the planet.
Look how bold he got now that he's around the corner.
See, only the white man, after killing 250 million people, could throw a thumbs up. But don't worry, Mr. White Man. I'm going to beat your back in real good in slavery. And your wife going to warm up my bed. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. See, he don't realize how bad he did our people. But he going to find out. And see, these other heathen, they going to put the white man through his paces in the kingdom because we ain't going to be watching everywhere. And these other heathen, they're going to have a bone to pick with the white man for lying to him for so long. Because the only reason why they think we're niggas is because white man made us into that. See, that's why when you read Wisdom of Solomon 5, it lets you know that all these nations, they're going to be like, man, these are the children of God? I thought they were niggas and nobodies. But they only think that because the white man, he seems to have everything so orderly, nice, and neat. But you see from them fires that are on the West Coast right now, the Most High God is burning all they shit up. And wouldn't you know it, he's burning all the houses in the rich part of town. So where all your Hollywood actors, all your billionaires and millionaires from Silicon Valley, where they pretend to be the aristocrats of the earth, the Most High God is throwing them down in the dust. And I saw a coon crying too. I lost everything. But see, if he had realized he had never gained anything at all, selling out to be with them people, he would have never moved away and forsook his own self, let alone his people and his God. Go ahead and get it, brother.
It's the book of Matthew, chapter 6 and verse 19. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doeth corrupt, but where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust do corrupt, where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart also be.
And your heart is your mind, right? So where your mind and your efforts are, that's where the most of your attention is going to be. Your attention and intention. One of the things that our people set their focus on are things that don't profit them at all. Because our people believe there's always a tomorrow. Part of my lesson today, I think it's in my lesson, if not, we're going to grab it, is that death is appointed unto all people, and it comes speedily. So while you're here, be bold, be effective, and be righteous. Keep the laws of God. That is part of my lesson. I had to think it over. I want to make sure, because that's something that we need to understand. You are going to die. Your life is constantly being spent every moment your heart beats. There is a set number of times that heart muscle is going to contract. And eventually that motherfucker going to go still. And when it does, you're going to die. And with that being said, why not live a life worthy of praise from the Most High? Because eventually he going to have to give you some type of judgment. He going to grade your work. I'd rather he commend my work than condemn it. And most of y'all going to get condemned. Because you won't even set aside time to listen to the Bible, let alone do what it tell you to do. But, can you reread those two verses in 1 Samuel?
1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9.
Got time for the Bible, Elder?
Not today, sorry.
Not today. Are you black, Hispanic, or Native Indian? Are you a white man? If you're a white man, you're going into slavery. See again, it's the elders, man. That's why when people look around America, you're looking at the works of your elders. When you drive down the highway and they trying to close down 4 miles worth of exits on the highway, causing a 20-mile backup, that's the work of your elders. Not thinking things out. Not adequately planning. I don't know what the hell going on with that. I saw that. I almost want to ask, but I don't want to ask. Shit. Again, man, it's Babylon, man. If this camera could only pan around and see the madness that we be seeing, bro.
I don't know if it was powder or sunscreen.
I don't know. God, man.
Scarface.
People be having demons on them around here, man. And again, we already brought out that these demons come from the Lord, man. That's why the book of Baruch says, miserable are they that receive thy son. See, ain't nobody here in America happy. The Most High God made sure that, yeah, you might rule my people, but you ain't going to enjoy a damn thing. I'm going to make sure you just as miserable as they are. Because last time I checked, a prisoner needs a warden. But they both in jail. Oh, let's see. Nah, anyway. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed.
So if the Most High God has already spoken the things that he's going to do, and how he's going to accomplish his goal, when it's time for us to perform as the tools of the Most High God, where is the room for us to be afraid? The way of the Lord is sure, right? Making wise the simple, making strong the weak. But if you go aside and you doubt, you will fall. You saw the example with Peter and Yahushua as Peter walked on the water. You can only imagine, he took his first few steps. That should have solidified his faith right there. I'm on the water. But instead, once he got a chance to look at things, he started to go, how is this possible? How am I doing this? Are you sure this is supposed to happen, Lord? That's why Yahushua had to go ahead and grab his hand and say, hey, man, come on, bro. You already fucking up. You know how it is when you got a really keen and good student, but that student don't believe in themselves. Sometimes you got to step in and just remind them, hey, man, you got this. You already out here. How did you get out here? Did you take a rowboat? No, you didn't. So at this point, it shouldn't even be a matter of me coaching you to believe. This should be something that solidifies your faith. And that goes back to my point of being at camp. Because the things that solidify your faith happen right here. You see people who are dead be made alive. You see people who have demons on them be made free. All these things happen in front of the men of the Lord. But the thing is, if you're not here, how are you going to find out? But go and get your piece. You got it? Well, let him pull his real quick. Or is it on this? Okay, yeah, go ahead and get it. Right. Because we're trying to tell our people, you need to be courageous in these days. We're about to face some very dark times. And if you don't have courage, you will not endure. Here we go.
Book of Romans, chapter 10,
Yeah.
verse 17.
Yes, sir.
And it reads, so then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God.
So all our people talking about, I have faith, but then you ask them, you got time to hear the Bible? Nope. So how do you have faith? Faith in what? That's why when they say God bless you, I always ask, which God? And it throws them for a loop because they think, well, you're holding the Bible, same one you believe in. But then when I say our God's name is Yahweh, then they look at us like we're crazy. See, again, faith cometh by hearing. If you don't hear the oracles of God, you can't have faith in it. And yes, you're going to have to hear it because you're going to need a teacher. If you don't got a teacher, you're not going to understand it. I said that earlier, and I'm going to keep saying it. Right? Go ahead and get your precept. Exodus 32 and 25, you put here? Okay. I'm about to say, I gave that to somebody, man. I know I'm old.
Yeah, I got it.
Give me Numbers 12, and then hold Matthew 6, 36. So, yeah, I'll tell it to you. Yeah, go.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 32 and verse 25.
You know?
And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame amongst their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord, God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men.
How you doing this week, sister?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You know you're an Israelite.
What?
You're an Israelite according to the Bible. You're God's people.
Yes.
Did you know Christ looked like you as well?
Did what?
He looks like you. Christ.
Sure.
You know where it's at in the Bible? Where's it at?
Now, when Christ looks like me,
Yeah. Where does it say in the Bible that Christ has skin like burned brass like you?
well, I'm created in the image of God.
But we can show you. That's what I'm saying, sister. We'll show you right now. Get Revelations 1 and 14. Are you from Nigeria, sister? Did you know cartographers used to call Nigeria and places around it the kingdom of Judah?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Go ahead and read it real quick.
It's the book of Revelation, chapter 1 and verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool.
Who has woolly hair, sister? Like a sheep. We do, right?
Uh-huh.
Keep going, brother.
As white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire.
When you drink wine, sister, what color does the whites of your eyes turn?
I don't drink this super so much.
Okay. But Christ did drink. He drank wine because our people were stressing him out. And who stresses you out more than black people, sister?
A lot of people, not just, yeah.
Okay, keep going, brother.
And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace.
Now, what color is brass, sister? And if you put it in fire, what color does it turn? Same color as that little screen right there. It turns black. So, Christ is black. And did you know Christ is a so-called Negro? That's why I know you're an Israelite, sister, because literally, our people were only on the west coast of Africa because we were fleeing the Romans after 70 AD.
Okay. I got to go now, but thank you for
That's
sharing.
fine.
All right.
you take a flyer from us, sister? Just know, sister, you're special, all right? Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
I'm good, bro. Appreciate it.
Just know if y'all are Native Hispanic, y'all are Israelites. Y'all are the people of the Bible, okay? Yeah, there's a ramp right here, y'all. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm about to say, man, you could try, man, but shit, I don't know, bro.
Be a show.
Yeah, for real. Like, man, we got to call 911. Shit, if he my age, man, shit, you got to get carried out of here. Shit, I need like 4 or 5 niggas to pick me up. And I ain't healthy. Can you stand? Nope. I sure can. But anyway, let's get back to it, right? So at least they had to stay to get a little bit of crumb. Man, I hate it when they don't stay at all, man. That shit bothers me. But either way, right? Go ahead and keep going with yeah, we finished that in Exodus, right? So yeah, get that in number. Now we don't smoke. Give me numbers.
You don't have a lighter here?
Nah, man, we don't smoke. But yeah, give me numbers 12 and 3. And then after that, go to Matthew 26 and 36.
It's Numbers 12, verse 3. Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. That's 12 and 3.
Yeah,
All right.
it's for a reason.
Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And
No, that's it. So, we just read in the book of Exodus that when Moses came down from the mountain and he saw our people naked, in other words, they were without the ways of God, worshiping other gods, right? Same reason why Adam and Eve were kicked out of the garden, by the way. But they had basically gone back to worshiping a golden calf. Moses took it upon himself to arm the sons of Levi and to go and cut the heads off the people who transgressed. They killed about 3,000 men that day. But here we find in Numbers 12 and 3 that Moses is described as one of the meekest men who ever lived. So again, you have to understand what it means to be devoted to the Most High God. Did you look into being an Israelite at all?
You know what? I got time. What are y'all saying?
Sure. So we're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know that we are the Israelites. We are God's chosen, right? Are you Mexican by chance?
I'm just trying.
Hispanic? Are you, well, there's a difference. So say if you're from Puerto Rico, you'd be from the tribe of Ephraim. Ephraim is known in the Bible as a fruitful bow, right? Fruitful bow is like something that produces a lot of fruit, right? How are the Puerto Rican people in terms of how they look and the children they produce?
Guess not. I think Dominican Republic is a little bit more darker, right? More lighter.
Well, they're lighter, but the Bible says that they're like a cake unturned. So that's their lightness you're talking about. I'm talking about their actual behavior and their countenance. They're big, strong people. The women have big hips, and they have a lot of kids, right? They're described as a unicorn in the Bible. You know what a unicorn is in real life? A rhinoceros.
All right.
See, the reason why, and this is to my camera, the reason why people don't think a rhinoceros is a unicorn is because it's ugly as hell. That's all. If it had rainbows and sparkles on it, you'd be like, oh, a rhino. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's why if you're Mexican, you be from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is hired. Have you ever wondered how you as a Mexican person, you could pave a road for 14 hours a day and then go party for another 8 hours and then get 2 hours of sleep and then go back to work hungover and outwork everybody? And you could do that over and over again and suffer no ill effects?
No. Makes sense. I mean, why is it?
It's because you're special. And nobody else can do that. That's what I was trying to tell you last time. You're literally God's chosen. That's why when you box or you play soccer or you play basketball, you're the best at it. Give me Deuteronomy 7:6, somebody. I'm not making it up, because do you think God sees everybody the same? No, you good. true. Because who's more wicked than the white man? Who likes to molest kids more than white people? Nobody. How about if you got? I have a question. Actually, this ain't even the same question I'm asking you now. If you walked into a room and you saw an empty jar of peanut butter, a dog, and a white man, what would you think?
Oh man, that's horrible.
It's horrible because you know what time it is. Now, this is to my camera. It's funny, but it's true. That's why you laugh, because if you didn't laugh, you'd want to get a pitchfork and go burn somebody. Because this stuff happens all the time.
There's evil people out there in the world.
Very evil people. So I have a question. How'd this land get taken? Was it taken by good, wholesome people that gave hugs until y'all just gave them a place to stay?
No, I don't know if you got the Battle of the Alamo and all that.
Yeah. And they celebrate that. Why did they celebrate taking the Mexicans' land?
I don't know. I mean, you had a mix of people that were, on the battleground of the Alamo.
Yeah. Some of our people were fighting on the white man's side. And the reason why that is because we view y'all as an enemy to us, and then we cleave unto the white man, and y'all do the same thing. Y'all view him as a friend, and y'all make us to be your enemy when really we're the same people. We're brothers. Read that Deuteronomy 7 and 6 one.
It's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse
Give me
6.
1 Peter 2 and 8.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are on the face of the earth.
That's why I say you're a king. I'm not making it up. Did you know you're a God as well? Not the big G, the little G. Get Psalms 82 and 6. I'm going to give you all the things that you've always felt, but you never could really substantiate. You always knew you were different. All blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. When we come into this truth of who we are according to the Bible, we always say, I knew there was something different. I knew it. I just couldn't put my finger on it. But the Bible's going to explain it to you. The fact that you're walking around with no jacket, like heavy clothes, and it's nearing the 40s, and you walking around unscathed, brother.
Pretty day.
See? But get what I got you on, man.
First Peter chapter 2, verse 8. And a stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense.
Oh, 2 and 9. Sorry.
2 and 9. First Peter 2, verse 9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should shoot forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
So I have a question, right? The Most High God chose us as his kings and his priests. How did he bring us out of darkness? What does it mean to be in darkness, bro?
Not too sure. Different for everybody, I guess.
Okay, get me Deuteronomy 4 and 5. What if I told you that, what if I tried to teach you how to drive a car, but I never gave you any lessons? It'd be hard. What if I started you on the shoulder of the highway during, business hours?
Even harder.
It'd be even harder. Would that be a form of darkness? A lot of uncertainty?
Yeah.
Yes. So that darkness that I'm talking about is ignorance. No instructions. That's perfect. No framework, right? Because if you don't know that you're a child of God, then how do you find out here? If we weren't here to tell you that you're an Israelite, who would tell you?
Nobody knows.
Probably no one. Did you go to church in the past, or do you go to church now?
I mean, just here and there. Just stop in, walk downtown, check out the Sacramento.
Okay. Now, I have a question for you. When you go to church, they don't read this book a whole lot. They do a lot of talking, a lot of singing. You pay some money. He might read this book once or twice to tell you that God or Christ loves everybody. And then he closes the book. But do they ever tell you that you're an Israelite?
No.
Do they even mention God as a chosen people?
Not too sure on that one.
Okay, fair enough. More times than not, they're going to tell you that God loves everybody. But we just read that he chose a certain group of people to be above everybody else. So you have to understand, brother, if that's you, what does that require you to do? Because do you believe in God at all?
I believe, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in doing righteous acts?
I believe in being a good person.
Being a good person. Okay, so my question is, how are you a good person in the eyes of God? Can somebody give me Deuteronomy 6 and 25? And yeah, go ahead and read that now. I'm going to show you how to get rid of darkness, and I'm going to show you what righteousness is. Okay?
Deuteronomy 4, verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations.
So, the wisdom of the Bible, the statutes and commandments that God told us to do, that is our understanding in the sight of the nations. That is the light that God has given unto his people. The direction of the Bible. Keep going, brother.
We shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
Do they say that about us, brother? Other nations around the earth, do they say Mexican people are wise and understanding people?
Not too sure. I don't really travel abroad.
Okay. Have you traveled at all? Like outside of Texas? Or
Been to Colorado, Las Vegas. That's it.
Okay. I've been to Europe, and white people over there too. They don't think of us any better over there. I have, I watch plenty of material from all over the earth. Are you a gamer?
I try to work out more.
Okay, that's cool. Well, did you game in your past?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How do the Japanese and Asian players view blacks and Hispanics?
Japanese and Asian players, well, I think they stick to themselves a lot.
They do. So they're indifferent towards you at best, and they're racist and disrespectful at worst. I used to game for money. So they treat us like garbage. And they'll treat you good if you have something to give them. If they can practice with you and get better, you can show them something they don't know. But if you have nothing to give them, they don't want anything to do with it. So I asked that question because it says that through the wisdom of God, we're viewed as a wise and understanding people. That's why when we go outside of America, we're not viewed as a wise and understanding people. In Japan, what are they emulating from Mexicans that they think is cool?
The culture, the kind of...
The Cholo culture.
Yeah.
But ain't that the worst of your culture?
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, that's where the killers are at. And the drug dealers and the pimps and the hoes and all that. Same with our people. They want to emulate everything that's terrible about us. But the things that are terrible don't have any of this wisdom. Because God doesn't say, thou shalt wear a polo and button the top, button, and then let the rest just hang. Thou shalt get a low rider, and thou shalt ride it up and down the street all day. It don't say that. So if we want to be viewed as a wise and understanding people, we have to get back to what's in this book. Give me Deuteronomy 6:25, brother. Get that in.
You want 6:25?
Yeah, he already got it. You want it? Okay.
It's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 25. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us.
So that's how you're viewed as righteous. Commandments. Now, how many commandments are there?
10.
They tell you 10. What if I told you there's 613? I have a question. Can you molest a child according to the Bible?
Oh, man, that's horrible.
No, you can't. Oh, it is horrible. It is. But guess what? That's not part of the 10 commandments. Can I just steal your house, take your land marker, or steal the deed to your house and just move in? No. And that's according to the Bible. I'm not supposed to remove the landmark from my neighbor's land. What if I told you, as long as we break God's laws, you will not be the king that you were made to be? Because what is this land? I said this last time I saw it. This land is Texas, right? But who does it belong to? It belongs to you, brother. The Mexicans. Same with Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, California, Oklahoma, Nebraska. Y'all got way more of the United States than they let on. They like to tell you just Texas and New Mexico and California. Y'all own basically the Western Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere of America. Again, brother, these things that I'm telling you, I'm just bringing them to your remembrance. Because what if I told you the Bible tells you what happens to you after you die? It's why you walk into a room and you go, damn, I've been here before. That deja vu feeling. When you die, your spirit departs, it returns to God, you receive a judgment, you rest for about 34 years and you come back down here. Because in the Bible, a generation is 10 years. That's in Baruch chapter 7. It might be chapter 6, I think it's chapter 6. Yeah. But essentially, you're constantly going and coming, going and coming. Are you familiar with Jacob's ladder in the Bible? Okay. We'll go in another direction. So, I guess in total, brother, We only want your attention just to let you know that this is your family here in America. We're scattered all over the world, right? So, for instance, do you know of a group of people in Japan called the Ainu people? A-I-N-U. They're the so-called indigenous people of Japan. They're people descended from the so-called Jomon people, J-O-M-M-O-N. If you look at the old photos, they have basically dreads with hair like wool. They have big lips, big noses. They look like just niggas. That's because they are. That's why in Japan they don't even call it human. And the ones who refuse to depart from the ways of their ancestors, they are segregated on another island, and they're kept out of the Japanese city. And the reason why you don't know it is because somebody give me Job 9:24. No, yeah, it's just Job. Got a precept?
I was going to get Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
Yeah, get it. Go ahead, get it.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
That is our whole purpose. That's why when you say there's 10 commandments, I know my job is now being validated because I'm here to let you know there's more than 10. And we can help you keep them. Like Passover. Passover's coming up in the spring. When did we first keep Passover in the Bible? Remember Moses? Right, but before that happened, did he go to Pharaoh and say, let my people go? He did. And what did Pharaoh say? No. He refused. And because he refused, God put plagues on Egypt. And one of the plagues was because they tried to kill our sons, our firstborn sons. God killed the firstborn of every living creature in Egypt. And Passover, if you kept it correctly, the death angel that God sent amongst the Egyptians to kill everything, he would stall you out and leave your family. Now, what if I told you America's about to be destroyed the same way? That's why you're seeing all these fires, all these storms. They don't talk about the people in North Carolina anymore, do they? Nope. But guess where they're living right now? In tents. And guess what's happening right now? Snow, sub-zero temperatures. All those fires out in California, they say there is 0% containment. And it's burning the rich neighborhoods. The white man is getting touched. The Most High God is finally destroying the kingdom. That's why I'm trying to tell you, brother. I didn't mean any offense last time I talked to you. I'm trying to tell you this message is important. Because if you're not keeping God's commandments, what do you think God's going to do to you? Somebody give me Isaiah 66. You have any kids?
No.
No? Okay. You have any cousins ever have to watch a dog, anything that you have to have authority over?
I don't know, really.
Okay.
I do got family.
Okay. So say, let's just take you, right? You're 8 years old. Your dad tells you clean your room. He goes to work. And you spend the whole day playing PlayStation. And your dad comes home. What time is it? Well, oh no, it's past that. It's time to get beat down, right? So what do you think God is going to do when he sends the Messiah? We call him Yahweh Shai. The world knows him as Jesus Christ. His real name is Yahweh Shai, the real you. When he returns, he's going to exercise judgment. So that's like your dad coming home, and you're that 8-year-old boy who hasn't cleaned his room. So say you done talked to me 3 times, I done told you to not eat pork. And that's the only commandment I gave you. And you just decide, you know what, I'm going to eat pork. I'm going to do what I want to do. And then Yahweh Shai returns, and he's like, hey, so what about that pork thing? What do you think he's going to say to you when you say, hey, man, I couldn't do it? It's not going to be a good time, right? What if I told you that he's supposed to come back at the height of World War III? And that's in the Bible. It's in the book of Revelations, where it says the second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. And before that, it talks about the Israelites being called up and saved. You know, the rapture that everybody talks about, what they're really talking about are the Israelites being saved out of harm's way before this place is destroyed. So if that's supposed to happen at the height of World War III, how close are we to that? Pretty close. It could happen any day now. Because didn't Russia arm their nuclear weapons? Yes, they did. All 1,600 nukes. Didn't America arm theirs? Yes, they did. I think America only has like 1,400. They have a little less. But they all have enough to destroy the earth many times over. right? So everybody's arming their nukes. North Korea's saying, I've got a nuke, I can get to America now. So that means it's about to happen. So why not take one commandment and start walking toward God? Repent, right? Because don't people tell you every step you take toward God, he takes two toward you? People say that. And guess what? It's true. When you turn your face back toward God, he has mercy on you. Because I don't know what's going on in your life, brother, but I'm going to tell you, if you're Black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, I know your life is rough. Because that's the life of all of us. And I can show you why that is. It's the curses of Deuteronomy 28. You ever been arrested? A couple times. How the cops treat you?
Different every time.
Different every time? Somebody give me Isaiah 42 and 22. Yeah, go ahead and read that. Go ahead and read that.
This book of Job, chapter 9, verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
So, if they cover the faces of the judges, who are the judges? Who did I say is coming back to judge the earth? Jesus Christ. Does he look like this? Yes. What if I told you he's just supposed to be a black man? And that's in Revelations 1 and 14. It's also in Daniel, I believe, 10, or is it 9?
10.
Yeah, it's 10. I always get confused. But in Daniel 10, it says that he has skin of burned brass, or arms of brass and legs of brass, right? And then Revelation says the same thing. Revelations 4 says that God has skin like a sardine stone. Sardine stone is literally my color, brother. Literally. So your God looks like you. Because if your ancestors hadn't mixed with the Spanish conquistador, you wouldn't be as light-skinned as you are. You'd look more like me. As a matter of fact, the white man used to call you a nigga just like he called me a nigga. In the 1600s, when he invented black and white, he called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians all black together. Yeah, Acts 13 and 1. Somebody go ahead and grab it. Because what if I told you the word niggers in the Bible? Would you believe me? Yeah. Now you're starting to see why I'm out here. Because everybody thinks they know the Bible, but how many people read it? Most people don't read it. They read it like they read the back of a pack of mustard. Oh, that's nice. There's mustard in here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I try to make it a joke, man, but it's serious work. Because I know you're burying your loved ones just like I buried my loved ones. And we're dying because we're stupid. I'm going to be real with you, man. Our people die because we're dumb. Because you know pork kills you, right? The Bible tells you not to eat pork.
Yeah, it's filthy.
It's filthy. But even if you didn't know it was filthy, you know that feeling after you eat pork, that tightness in your chest, that headache on the back of your neck, and it only increases as your health gets worse. You know the heavier people who had that black ring around their neck and the black shadows over their eyes from eating all that pork and bad food. But the Bible says that eating pork is an abomination. You're not even supposed to touch a dead pig, let alone eat it. And they just came out with the information that they grind up plastic and they feed it to pigs. That's actually allowed to go into pig feed. So you're eating microplastics as well as parasites and all the other toxins that are in a pig. So a pig can't sweat. That's why when people say they sweat like a pig, they're lying. Because pigs have a gland that they sweat out on their leg. You've seen it, it's like that brown streak.
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
They use that mud to pull them off.
Yeah. Well, pigs are just filthy in general, man. And most of that mud is actually their own feces. Because you got to think, who's changing that mud out as the pig walks around eating his shit? I'm getting as graphic as I can, brother, because I want you to see God made you a king, and you ain't supposed to live like this. We're not supposed to live like this. But we're only living like this because we won't keep God's commandments. And your enemies know if you don't keep God's commandments, they get to rule over you. Because how does a man who can't go outside in the sun for 30 minutes without sunscreen, how is he over us, brother? How? Think about it. Who are the fastest, strongest, and most resilient people on the planet? Us. So how is he ruling over all of us at the same time? It has to be a work of God. Somebody hold Deuteronomy 28 and 15. Yeah, get that real quick. Read that real quick.
Isaiah 42, verse 22.
Bring it out.
But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith, restore.
Look at all these people on this sign. Aren't these people who pack out these prisons? Pretty much. Pretty much. Right? So the real Israelites are people robbed and spoiled. We've been robbed of everything. Our heritage, our language, and our freedom. Because I'm sure you've gotten a collect call. You get that collect call from your cousin or your uncle. Yeah. Yeah. Do you accept the charges? And you don't want to accept them because they're expensive. But you know he can't talk to you any other way. So you accept it. That's what the Israelites have to do, because we're in a lower state, brother. But we shouldn't be this way. Right? This brother just let you know in Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, we're supposed to keep the commandments. That's our whole duty. Right? How much more time do you have? The longer you stand up here, we're going to teach you more and more. Because the next time I see you, brother, I want to see you wearing these. These are fringes. You put them on the borders of your garment, and they remind you to keep the commandments. This brother's about to grab you. Right? Now, I'm going to tell you, if you stand and you listen to this, God expects you to do it. Yeah, oh, and get that in Acts real quick.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 1. Now there were in the church that was in Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Manaen, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul.
So the original Christians were called Niger. Now you might be saying, well, if you saw it, it's Niger. It's still pronounced Niger, right? It's a Latin word, means black. Now, in case you think it means something other than a black man, he's going to bring it out in the New Living Translation, where it literally says the black man. You got to set the parallel. No. And what's your name, brother?
Derek.
Derek?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Haya L. Haya L. You can call me Kyle or Haya L. Means the same thing.
This is Acts chapter 13 and verse 1 in the NLT. Among the prophets and teachers at the church of Antioch of Syria were Barnabas, Simeon, called the black man.
Now, you've never heard a pastor of a church read that like that. And that's for a distinctive reason. Because when you read about the Bible, they leave it nebulous so everybody, they attribute how the people look to themselves. So when you read the Bible, you just assume everybody looks like me. So what if the white man reads the Bible? He's going to think everybody looks like me. Now, what if I told you they've been making efforts to paint over the images of black people in the Bible since the time of the Greeks? Can somebody get that for me? First Maccabees 3:48. Because the reason why we're bringing all this out, brother, is because once you understand that you are royalty, you will start living in royalty. All right? Go ahead and get it.
The book of First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 48.
Bring it out.
And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
Right? So the heathen, they took us into slavery at another point in time, during the time of the Greeks. And when we started to retake our temple and stand up for ourselves and declare independence, we went into our temple and we saw the equivalent of the Bible that we had for that day. We had the Old Testament. And we used to have pictures in our books. And we saw they were trying to paint themselves into our books. So people like Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Moses, they were painting them as white men. So they were trying to erase you, brother. And they've largely succeeded. Because when you look at Mexico today, who's ruling Mexico? Right now. A white Jewish lady. Yeah. It doesn't even, and brother, I want to ask you, does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense, brother. Because has she ever picked a single strawberry in Mexico? No. Has she ever cultivated an orchard in Mexico? Fixed a car? Done anything that the Mexican people do to build up their nation? No. She just benefits from white people being around and being in charge. It's the same way as America. It's the same on your job. Not to pry, but what do you do for work?
I make stones, shot grind. Make
Okay.
stones.
Okay.
Cast stones.
Now, if I go up the ladder far enough in terms of authority, I'm gonna run into a white man at your job, am I not?
Father.
Be your father. Okay, okay. Now, where's your father from?
Wait, from here and he's Hispanic.
So he's not a white man. Is he Mexican, like indigenous Mexican?
Not too sure about the culture, or my heritage.
I would seek that out.
Broken family.
Somebody get that in Deuteronomy 58:54. When you say broken family, that tells me more than likely you're Israel. I'm gonna ask you another question. How many hours do you like to work where you feel like you've done a good job? Is it over 10?
Helping my father is never enough.
Unlimited. You probably from the tribe of Issachar, man. See, I ask those questions to see do you fit the prophecies of who those people are. Because, yeah, like for instance, black people are called Judah, right? Judah in Hebrew is Yahweh. That means God's praise. How do you praise God? Singing and dancing. Who are the best singers and dancers on the planet? Black people, Negro. We're so good that everybody copies us. Everybody. That's because our talents are meant for God. That's why we can't sing and dance worth a damn anywhere. Because we're doing it for trap houses and blunts and hoes. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, who in the churches playing them organs, man?
Yeah.
Bouncing around. Like, who's still praising? They praising God in the wrong way, but we still do it. You know what I'm saying?
So go ahead and get that real quick. And Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy 28:54.
Bring it out.
So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall lead.
Now, I'm sure you have people in your family where the father is not there, whether they're dead or in jail. It's a given, right? Same with me. But you happen to grow up with your father, correct? As did I. Ever so often, you see the Most High God have mercy on us, right? And we're allowed to keep our father. But that doesn't mean life is necessarily better. It's better in ways. It's still just as hard. Because I'm going to show you, just so you know what he's reading from. He's reading from Deuteronomy 28, verse 15. And then after that, each one of these verses is a curse that we're under. There's even the curse of slavery in the Bible. Can you get verse 68 for me? Because I have a question. Who are the victims of the transatlantic slave?
Slaves and their descendants.
Well, who are the slaves?
Black people.
That's what they tell you, right?
Yeah.
Now, what if I told you it wasn't just us? You do a form of construction. You know when you drive, say I have a truck full of cement, or I'll do gravel, right? 'Cause that's more, it fits this. I'm driving a truck of gravel to a pit, and I'm going to dump some gravel. Does it make more sense if I have to come back tomorrow to take the shipment after I drop my gravel off immediately, than to drive that truck all the way back, then drive it all the way back again, and pick up my shipment tomorrow? I might as well get it now, right? That's what they did with slavery. When they dropped off the Negroes, who do you think they took back to Europe, Spain, Portugal, and to the west coast of Africa? Other people. Who did they take? Native Americans and Europeans. The Spanish conquistadors were taking your people, enslaved. I have a question, right? How many Filipinos have you met with Spanish last names?
Not sure, not many.
When you meet a Filipino, always ask them their last name. And you're going to run into a lot of Filipinos who have the last name like Fuentes, Rodriguez, Valdez, Batista, all those things. And those are Spanish last names because they were taking our Mexican brothers in something called the Road of Silver, or the Ruta de la Plata. They were taking your people to the Philippines. And they had a port in Manila where they would drop your people off as slaves. That's why a lot of the Filipino culture, it mirrors yours. From the dance, the cuisine, how they dress. And they have a strong proclivity to want to be your friend. Growing up, I've had 3 Filipino best friends because I'm a military brat. I moved around. Everywhere I went, there was like a Filipino waiting on me to be there. And we would be best friends. Yeah, they cool with black people. That's why that happens, brother. And you're going to be surprised. We're everywhere. The original Irish and Scots, you know who they are? What's that man look like? Does he look like a black man?
Hard to tell.
Hard to tell. But it's not hard to tell on him. Now, what if I told you, because when I comb my hair out, my hair does that. It curls like that. It's a lot of brushing for our hair, because our hair is kinky. It's like wool. But that's King Charles I. His nickname is Black Boy. So, again, they cover the faces of the judges there. King James is a black man. I got a book for you. Now, to those of y'all saying that I'm all over the place, I finally got my brother Derek to stop. I'm going to show you everything I know, as long as you're willing to listen. This is a figure called Daniel, Earl of Nottingham, right? And this is from the book, The Memoirs of the Secret Services of John Mackie. This was a spy in the British court of that day, right? He's the Daniel Earl of Nottingham, the Secretary of State, is the eldest son to Mr. Finch, Lord Chancellor in the reign of King Charles II, right? So we're in the lineage of that man I showed you, King James. Those are his sons, right? But let's see his appearance. He hath also the exterior air of business and application enough to make him very capable. In his habit and manners very formal. A tall, thin, very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew, about 50 years old. The world used to know that the original Spaniards are the inhabitants of the Iberian Peninsula, that's Portugal and Spain. They were the Moors, the black people. They also used to know that the Jews were black. That's why if you look at it, as a matter of fact, I'm not going to just talk about it, I'm going to show it to you. Because you seem like a man who's willing to weigh evidence. That's a very good trait, because you know most of our people, they don't give a damn about nothing. I want to show you the map called Negro Land. You got a picture? All praises, right? Because the cartographers back in the 1500s and earlier, they knew we were on the west coast of Africa. And if you go up to the, I believe it's the northmost western tip near Mauritania and Morocco, there's something called the Strait of Gibraltar. It's a little outreach from Africa and an outreach from the Iberian Peninsula, which would be Spain and Portugal. It's less than 50 miles apart. I could swim to Europe or to Africa. Now, I have a question. If I've built one of the largest, most entrenched kingdoms on the planet, wouldn't I send somebody to sail over to that land that's less than 50 miles away that I could see on the horizon? Yes. So why do they tell us that all we did was swing on vines and live in huts? And keep in mind, in that area, you had something called the Kingdom of Mali. You ever hear of a man called Mansa Musa? The richest man to ever exist. He would come to your neighborhood and he would throw gold around just cuz and fuck your whole economy up. He was that rich. Can you imagine you giving money and causing problems? I can't imagine that, brother, because I'm very poor. And I have a feeling you are too, in this game. It's nothing to be ashamed of, because guess what? We're poor in riches, but we're rich in spirit, brother. It's where God's chosen. Yeah, show them that picture real quick.
This is the coast of Guinea, like the Ivory Coast. It's called Negro. They have all types of kingdoms. This is Kingdom of Judah.
Right.
Right there on the slave coast. Recognize it.
And this is to my camera.
Right there with the Kingdom of Judah.
On the west coast of Africa, it wasn't just the British who were taking us into slavery. You had the Dutch, the French, the Portuguese, the Spanish. And because of that, we have many names. We were called Judah. We were called, how do you say it? Wydah, W-H-Y-D-A-H. We were called Fida by the Dutch, F-I-D-A. And then, of course, they said Judah in different ways. Like, what is it? O-U-I-D-A-H is the French way of saying Ouida, right? But anyway, they called us Judah in many different ways. Even the native Africans who are different from us, we're not African at all. Right? They called us the Iglefe, or the Judites, the Israelites, right? In the Democratic Republic of Congo, that used to be called the land of the Jews, because we were in different areas grouped together, right? That's why when Muhammad took his forces, I believe it was in the 6th to 7th century, it was something called the Arab conquest of the Maghreb, and he took his forces into the northern, mainly the eastern, some of the southern part of Africa, and western hemisphere. He was looking for us. whenever he found us, he forced us to convert to Islam at the threat of death. That's why you have so many black people who are Muslims to this day. They call them Berbers. Have you ever heard of them? The Berber tribes of Africa? When you get home, look it up. That's our people. And our people have gone through a lot of things. One of the things is the sub-Saharan slave trade, where you had basically Arabs and East Indians ferrying our people around Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Asia, because they would hand this off to the Asians who had something called the Silk Road slave trade. That's why you have black people all over Asia. See, our history is everywhere, brother. But if men like us aren't out here, where do you get it from? It's been a pleasure to talk to you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But he's going to get you that commandment, and then after that, brother, if you got more time, spend it with us. But if not, keep that one commandment. That number's 1538. Come. Come.
The book of Numbers, chapter 15 and verse 38.
Yep.
Speak unto the children of Israel and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them.
Right.
And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring.
So these are to remind us to keep as many commandments as we can. Because just because there's 613 don't mean you can keep them all. If you don't have a house, how can you keep the commandment of not stealing somebody's house? You see what I'm saying? Because I can't take a house you ain't got. Or how about not committing adultery with your wife? Right? If you're not married, I can't commit adultery with your wife, but you don't have to. You see what I'm saying? So the laws that you do know about, make sure you keep them. Because as you can see, man, we're supposed to be royalty, but we live in hell, man.
Right.
Let's end this. All right, brother? It was Derek, right?
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Of course, man.
Have a good day.
Well, yeah. He got one more for you.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 9, verse 20. It's 10. And it came to pass and behold, a woman which was diseased with an issue of blood 12 years came behind him and touched the hem of his garment. So the Greek word for that word garment is himation, garment of any sort, garments, i.e. the cloak or mantle and the tunic, the upper garment, the cloak or mantle, vesture. I was looking for where it talks about it.
I get you.
It says it.
Yeah, it's-
I think the other one is Matthew 16. I think that one's good.
But that woman, when she touched Christ's garment to be healed of her issue of blood, she touched his fringes. And she had faith that just simply by touching his garment, she would be healed. And when Christ acknowledged her, he told her, your faith has healed you. Because having faith enough to believe in God and to do his commandments, that in and of itself can do wonders for you. All right?
I'll keep that with you. You have a great day.
Derek, you too, man. Be safe out here, brother. And be warm, man.
I'm gonna try.
I'm cold for you, man. Damn.
Y'all too.
Yeah, I gave him. I used to walk around in shorts like that. I got old, brother. I can't do it no more.
It's not the same.
Yeah, it ain't the same.
When I got here,
Yeah, not no more, nigga. Nope. I'm bundled up. And see, and this is to my camera, man. To y'all who say, like, being rough with people don't work, I'm going to tell you, man, they think about you when they walk at home. Me and that brother did not have a good first interaction. But because we had an interaction, people want to talk. And then when they come up and they see that you really are on some business, they realize why you were trying to get them to stop. The importance of your message. And that's all you could do is plant the seeds, man. I don't expect the brother to just hear and be like, hey, man, you got some fringes here, let me put them on. You got a Bible, okay, I'm going to start reading. I wish brothers would do that, right? Because King David said, I made haste to keep thy commandments. But most of our people, man, they going to do it at their own pace, bro. That's why the Most High God constantly cracking the whip over their back. And that whip comes in many forms, right? But Anyway, let's get back on the lesson. Praise that we had somebody stop, right? Yeah, 26, 36, 39. Right? Because we're going to go into a little bit of what it means to be courageous. What we're looking at now is we looked at Moses, and now we're looking at Yahushua, right? We're looking at acts of courage that embody the way of the Lord. And here we're going to find Yahushua in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he's feeling very sorrowful. And he's praying to God that if there be any other way, that he take the cup of persecution from his lips. He's praying that he doesn't have to die and be hung on a cross. And I'm going to tell you, that's what it means when you ain't an Israelite, man. Yeah, that's what that look like, man. You run like a big oaf. But go ahead and get it when you got it, brother.
Matthew 26, 36.
Pick it up.
Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto the disciples, Sit ye here, while I go and pray yonder. And he took with him Peter, the two sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Then saith he unto them, My soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here, and watch with me.
So you got to understand, man, he's literally asking his followers, dare I say his best friends, to abide with him in this heavy time. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? It says, keep going, brother.
And he went a little further, and fell on his face, and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt.
As what?
As thou wilt.
So Yahushua said, hey man, not according to my designs, but according to yours. If I have to suffer, then so be it. But if there's any other way, have mercy on me. Got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Okay, that's good. You safe out here. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I can't get mad at that shit. I know this white man, he ain't gonna give me no break. Right? But you see Yahushua praying to his Father for mercy. And the thing you don't see afterward is God go, you know what, son? I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you off the hook. You don't see that. Yahushua went to God in prayer 3 times. And all 3 times, the Most High basically just said, I hear a whole lot of praying. I don't see a whole lot of action though. So we're gonna just let this rock. Paul prayed to the Most High God 3 times to remove an infirmary that we don't even know what it is. But it was so bad to the point where Paul continuously went to God, asking him to remove it. And the Most High gave him a message. Let your faith and grace be sufficient for you. In other words, you got enough already. Getting the job done.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, you be all right. And every boy knows what that's like. If you got your dad around and you fall, get hurt. You know, you trying to cry and ask for, pity and shit. Your dad like, boy, get up. Get up. And you know in his heart, he wants to show you mercy. Because he loves you. And he's willing to do anything for you. But the one thing he's not willing to do is castrate you. So he has to be hard with you. No diddy. Right? You can't say shit anymore, by the way. Right? That's what I'm saying. You got to say pause every time you say something. But, because the way the Most High God loves Israel, somebody give me Hebrews 12. I keep mentioning it. Start at 12 and 5. But the Most High God dealt with his son the way he's dealing with the children of Israel. Because if you think our people were calling on God when we were getting lynched, when them damn white folks were starting a damn fire under our feet with us chained to a tree. One of the things I found out that the white man used to do is he used to purposely not kill you when he would hang you. He would hang you just enough so that your toes would touch the ground. And then he would set fire under your feet. And then as you climbed up the rope, he cut your fingers off. Our people cried out to God while that happened to us. And God let us die. But when you understand that God killeth, and he maketh alive, and he woundeth and he healeth, and none can deliver out of God's hand, and then you realize you only rest and come back, God is really doing you a service of not having you work for 80 years, watching your children get fed to alligators, not having your family get broken up 10 times over. We used to have to go through something every New Year called called Heartbreak Day. Christmas and New Year's was the time where all the slave masters would get together and talk about trading slaves. I don't know about y'all, but I couldn't deal with my people being slaughtered in front of me, traded away to never be seen again, and I'm just living to a ripe old age of 85, kissing some white man's nuts every goddamn day of my life. That's why you had some of our people, they were eager to die when given the chance. And if they could take a cracker or two out while they were here, they would. That Turner should come to mind, right? But the Most High God allowed us to suffer these things the same way he allowed his son to suffer the crucifixion.
Right.
Because it's according to the scriptures. And not to mention, they got to be worthy of condemnation to be condemned. So if you let him off the hook, guess who's not getting crucified? And if he ain't crucified, guess who's not being condemned for it? The people who crucified him. It all goes hand in hand. But let's get these scriptures.
It's the book of Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 5.
Bring it out.
And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not?
So the Most High God chastened us. And you just heard it straight from the letter of Paul, right? That if the Most High God ain't dealing with you in a way that a father deals with an unruly son, then God ain't with you and God don't love you. And it's like that. And one of the unfortunate things is blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you have a bleeding heart for everyone else, trying to bring them to God and make God love them. But God is trying to tell you, that's not my job, that's your job. Your job is to love them. Love them enough that when they're brought into the kingdom as your slave, to teach them my ways, as it says in Micah 4. Because all the heathen are going to come learn of the ways of God and keep the commandments. They're not going to have the laws in their inward parts, but that's where you come in, because you're going to be that righteous judge that judges the earth. Again, you got to know how this all plays out, and it requires you studying to show yourself approved so that you can learn some of these deeper, darker sayings of the Bible. Because what I just said isn't that deep at all, right? But keep going.
Keep going.
Was there more?
Pastor. Okay. Verse 8, but if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons.
So again, if God ain't dealing with you like that, then you a bastard, right? Before you grab that, can you give me Psalms 147 and I believe 18, right? Because I want to illustrate, right? Because this is saying that if God isn't judging you, then he ain't dealing with you. Well, I want to prove that God ain't judged the heathen yet. Not the way they deserve. That hasn't happened yet. As a matter of fact, start 19.
Psalms 147, verse 19.
Bring it out.
He that showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord.
So, that substantiates that the Most High God ain't dealing with these heathen and that they're godless bastard people. So if we have God with us, who can be against us? That should make following the ways of God that much simpler and that much easier. To my sister on the phone, if she's black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, she's a princess and an Israelite. All right, if you got time, come and talk to her. See, again, man, it's like I asked that brother, if we weren't out here to tell our people who they are, who would tell them? Our people take this for granted, man. But the day is coming where there ain't gonna be nobody out here to tell you the way to repentance to God. That famine of the word is right up the street, man. They already talking about locking up people for radical thought and radical religion. So the time is ticking. And most of our people, they're gonna be a day late and $1 short. But go ahead and do what you got.
Deuteronomy 31, verse 5.
Bring it out.
And the Lord shall give them up before your face, that ye may do unto them according unto all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong and of good courage, fear not, nor be afraid of them. For the Lord thy God, he it is that doeth go with thee. He will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. And Moses called unto Joshua, and said unto him in the sight of Israel, of all Israel, Be strong and of good courage, for thou must go with this people unto the land which the Lord hath sworn unto their fathers to give them, and thou shalt cause them to inherit it. And the Lord, he it is that doeth go before thee. He will be with thee. He will not fail thee, neither forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law and delivered it unto the priests and the sons of Levi, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and unto the elders of Israel.
That's all I need. That's all I need. Right? So you have the example of Joshua and Caleb, right? Two courageous brothers, while Israel was scared to go check out the land that they were going to inherit. And I'm talking about all the men of Israel. They were scared because they saw the sons of Anak, and they were very tall. And they said that we were like grasshoppers in their eyes.
Right.
But Joshua and Caleb said, fuck that, we got God with us. And if God be with us, there's nothing in front of us.
That's right.
And because of their devotion, they were spared the death sentence that Israel fell under. Because you got to remember, out of all the adults, only 2 really made it. Because everybody who went to the promised land was, what, under the age of 20?
Right.
So you had 2 adults leading a nation of teenagers that God walked around in circles until they died in the wilderness. And the only reason why that had to happen was because God really wanted to wipe everybody out and start over with Moses. And Moses interceded for the people. Because that meekness that Moses had, it enabled him to be able to effectively make supplication unto God and appeal unto him as you would a mighty king in his wrath. You don't tell a king in his wrath, hey, don't do that, that's not good for you. Because you'll soon join everyone else who's hanging. He told the Most High, hey, if you do this, all the nations are going to believe that you couldn't save your people. You just brought them out to the wilderness to kill them. And the Most High was like, yeah, you're right. I got an idea of it. But at that point, that's when we start walking around.
Still gonna kill us.
Yep. And that's another thing. Sometimes it's best just to get the shit over with. See? Because the Most High gonna have his way. How does it go? My counsel shall stand and I shall do all my pleasure. God said, I'm gonna have my way whether you want it or not, man. I can be merciful to you and still make your life a nightmare. What happened to David with Bathsheba? The first baby they had was stillborn. I'm gonna tell you, man, I had a whole marriage breakup because we were married. I'm gonna be real. We were together 6 years. We broke up after she had a miscarriage. It's hard to move beyond that, man. And that's how David had to start his marriage with Bathsheba. It's Bathsheba, right? Or Bathsheba. Bathsheba. I'm saying this shit wrong, right? But I'm saying this but I say this to say onward that being courageous is the first order of following God's law. You have to serve him with boldness and with the surety that God has you in his hands, whether it's for good or for evil. Because I'm going to be real. The way of man is not in himself, as it says in Proverbs 20 and 24. Right? But, let's keep going with the scripture. That was it.
Yeah, that was it on that one.
As a matter of fact, go to Joshua 23 and 1 through 10 while you're doing it. And then, can you grab me Isaiah 41 and 8 through 17. Right? Because we're sticking with Joshua right now, because you need to understand something. Joshua led a nation of teenagers to go take down the most entrenched, mightiest people on the planet at the time. That's why the nations fell in fear when they would see us coming, because they knew Yahweh was with us.
Right.
And And they knew if Yahweh were before us, they couldn't stop us. It didn't matter if it was one person with a can opener. Didn't matter. And I said it like that for a reason. How many people was with Samson when he killed 1,000 men? And what did he kill them with? The jawbone of an axe. You need to understand something. All you need is God, and that's it. Go ahead and get the precept.
It's the book of Isaiah chapter 41 and verse 8.
Bring it out.
But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. Thou, who I have taken from the ends of the earth, and called
Y'all
thee.
got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes? All right, thou say it. Somebody in the hospital, you start praying, God gonna say, I'm good, thank you. Go ahead and die, thank you. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes?
Jesus lives in me.
That's not his name. Letter J is only 500 years old, sir. I know you don't worry about it because his name is Yahushua. And next time you pray to him, he gonna tell you you should be keeping my law. I know, and you gonna die for it. I know. Somebody give me the wages of sin is death. Somebody get that. She talking about, oh my God, as she walks on the roadside and her man walks on the inside. Old pork-eating pussy, man. Get tired of our fucking elders, man. We burying our loved one. These niggas still walking around thinking it's sweet.
Book of Romans chapter 6 and verse 23.
Bring it out.
For the wages of sin is death.
Is what?
Is
It's
death.
death.
So the wages of sin is death. And he just proudly proclaimed, I'm going to still be eating pork chops.
Damn.
Guess who might get an angel to visit their ass tonight? See, people don't realize, man, them death angels, man, when they get that order, they like, really? I can? Shit, where you at?
Wait,
They've been waiting.
I was thinking about that. It's like they open the gates of horse racing.
They run out that
I was
motherfucker.
thinking about. I was having a conversation about like God and how we use agency and do this thing. And I visualize that. Man, them angels be ready to go.
Yeah, man.
What that Isaiah 66?
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Go ahead and bring that out. Bring that out. Yes. Because if you eating pork, you gonna die, man.
Isaiah 66, 17.
And as a matter of fact, before you get that, go to give me Isaiah 65. Hold what you got. And start at the top. You know what I'm saying? We try to explain to our people, man, that the laws of God are the laws of life. That they are good and righteous for your benefit. And we got scoffers walking around of our own people talking about they gonna willingly sin. And then got the nerve to bring up Jesus as if Jesus is sanctioning his sin. That's why Paul had to pose the question rhetorically.
Isaiah 66, 17.
You know, are we making Christ the minister of sin? God forbid. You know what I'm saying? Christ isn't sanctioning our sin because he shed his blood for us. He didn't shed his blood just so that we could turn around and do all this shit that got us condemned in the first place. Get it when you got it, man.
Isaiah 66, verse 17.
Bring it out.
They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree, in the midst, eating swine's flesh.
Eating what?
Eating swine's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord.
So the Most High God has already made it plain through the prophet Isaiah that those of y'all who can't put the pork down, those of y'all who can't get your diet straight, that alone is going to get you put to death. People got to understand, man, God ain't playing, bro. God is not playing. That's why it get real serious when you sit in that hospital waiting room and somebody's having surgery and everybody's in a prayer circle. It gets real serious. Now people are praying to God like it's their last lifeline. Not understanding your lifeline was when you heard the commandments. That's when the time was for you to act. Now, when the judgment has come, it's just time for you to suffer, man. 10 and 26. Pull it up, man. But hold on, I want you to get that in Isaiah 65. But who's ever holding it? Start at the top. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Not today, but thank you.
I'll say it.
The book of Isaiah chapter 65 and verse 1.
Bring it out.
I am sought of them that have not asked for me. I am found of them that sought me not. I said, behold me unto a nation that was not called by my name. I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people, which walketh in a way that was not good after their own thoughts.
And we see that constant. Our people, they double down and say, hey, not only do I know I'm not supposed to eat pork according to the Bible, I'm still going to eat it. The Most High God is extending mercy to our people all the day long. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, who for some reason can't leave the white man alone. That is crazy. But the Most High God has spread his arms out to us all the day long. And our people willingly spit in the face of God. Keep going, brother.
A people that provoketh me to anger continually to my face, that sacrifices and guardeth and burneth incense upon altars of brick, which remain among the graves and lodge in the monuments, which eat swine's flesh.
How you doing, sister? You believe in the Bible?
Yes.
What tribe you come from in it, do you know?
Oh, no tribe. Apache, like I'm Indian.
You're native? You're from the tribe of Gad, sister. You're an Israelite. So you know how the white man conquered your people? Did you know the Bible says that Gad shall overcome in the end? Y'all gonna win at the end. Yeah. We just out here to let you know, sister, that we're the Hebrew Israelites. We're God's people and we're supposed to keep his commandments. How many commandments are there? There's 613, sister. Yes, ma'am. Can you take a flyer from us?
613 commandments?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Take care, y'all. I thought she threw the flyer. I would do. I'm grateful. How you feel, man? Security purposes. I've been making it, man. Not on purpose.
Touching it good.
Hey, man. I'm like, and this again, this to my camera, man. It's not intentional, man, because I know people be talking about I be making folks mad. I understand that, but at the same time, I'm trying to make you feel something, man. Yeah, you gotta cry loud, spare not. Not to mention, in that same, it's in Isaiah 28. It talks about with mocking lips. You know what I'm saying? You know, mocking lips and stammering lips and a mocking tongue. But that word for stammering is mocking. You know what I'm saying? Because what is it? I'm just getting funny. Right? Because I want to prove to some of y'all who say I'm always like getting on people. It's like, bro, man, like, trust the process, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit, don't everybody want to fight.
Well, that came back.
Yeah, he came back, man. You know,
Smile and everything.
yeah, and he got laced up, man.
Yeah.
It's just like you gotta trust the process. And you got some teachers, that's how they get down, man. They're gonna make you mad enough to want to fight them. And then after you want to fight, you're gonna cry out a little bit of joy. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna cry to joy because you're gonna find out you're an Israelite. I don't mind getting pieced up by somebody with fists, right? You gotta make a distinction, right? But I don't mind getting into a fight with my brother if afterward he gonna repent. If that's what it costs. If you frowning at me and saying he a no good nigga is the cost of you repenting, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. But this is Isaiah chapter 28. I'm gonna give it back to you in a second. But this is chapter 28 and verse. Salak. Stammering lips. It's in this very same chapter. My eyes watering. Hold. Y'all got time for the Bible? Yeah, you never know who's who. Yeah, it's Isaiah 28:11. Why can't I see it? Yeah, there it is. Cool. Right? So this is Isaiah 28:11.
Bring it out.
For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people. Now I'm going to go to the interlinear. And for the word for stammering, it's Laed. And it's H3934, and it means mocking or mocker. Right? So when we preach this word, some of the time it's going to be with a mocking tongue. And shouldn't you be mocked if you want to eat pork? If you want to sleep with your neighbor's wife? You should be mocked for that. Because a lot of the things that we mock our people for, in old times, you'd have been killed for. Right? So we're crying aloud and sparing not, and trying to bid our people to repentance. You know what I'm saying? But many of our people, they don't understand, and they take offense to these words. But they don't take offense to the white man when he says, hey, I need you to come in on Saturday. You know that time you were going to spend with your kids? Yeah, you're going to do that at the office. You know what I'm saying? They don't get offended at that. They don't get offended at the white woman when she wants to have her little attitude when you see her out in public. You know what I'm saying? She cut you off in traffic. She opened her door, hit your car. You let that go. But when it comes to the men of the Lord trying to tell you what's good for your learning, for your salvation, all of a sudden our people want to get a spine in their back. We want to fight. But that's to be expected.
How's it going?
How y'all doing? Y'all Israelites. Native Hispanic men, y'all Israelites, y'all special.
That's right.
Right? Yeah, let's get back to this. Yeah, it is. We gonna talk about that. Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold it for a second. Hold that. How y'all doing today? Y'all got time to talk about the Bible at all? I see the Satanist star on your shirt. You believe in that? See again, only God's children would believe in the lesser lieutenant of God himself. It's a shame, man. It really is a shame. And I'll be honest, he don't even know what Satan is, because if he knew what Satan was, he'd take the shirt off. See, we could read Job 1 to you, brother, and show you that Satan works for God. See, and it's a shame, because see, this is why you see a lot of these homeless people walking around, because their family is just like that. You got a no good piece of shit daddy walking around talking about he serves Satan, knowing he don't believe. Madness. And I normally don't go in on men like that in front of their daughters and sons. But you got a damn Satanist star in front of your daughters? Yeah, I'm going to call you a no good piece of shit. Because that's what you are. It's a damn shame, man. And that's who we learned it from. See, our people wouldn't know nothing about worshiping Satan if it wasn't for the white man. See, y'all truly destroyed our people. That's why I can't wait for Christ to come back and cut y'all heads off. It's going to be a good time.
That's right.
And then we're going to have to delouse the place because y'all don't bathe. And them lights going to go everywhere. It is what it is. See, I take special offense when I see our people in that low estate, because I know that goddamn bastard right there is responsible for it. Somebody give me Habakkuk 2. I know we stepping off the lesson, but goddamn it, we got to. Because we cannot let somebody walk by with a damn pentagram on their shirt. And it literally had the Baphomet's face on it. So he can't even make the argument that it's just a star. And it was in a binding circle. So it's casting a spell on those who see it. But you got to remember, there's no enchantment against Jacob.
That's right.
But that's only if you're keeping God's commandments.
All right. What you need in Habakkuk 2?
Put it, yeah, that put a bottle to his neighbor's lips. Wow. I'll just saying. It's in half. Oh. See? Come. Of course,
The book of Habakkuk, chapter 2 and verse 15.
Bring it out.
Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink, that putteth thy bottle to him, and makest him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness.
And that's what's happened to our people. We literally brought a precept out concerning Moses seeing our people naked when he came down from the mountain, Mount Sinai, speaking with the Most High. And that nakedness was when they were worshiping another god. Well, that brother's walking around with a damn pentagram on his chest. That brother's walking around naked. He doesn't even understand. And the sad part is, his daughters see his example. That's why I'm glad that we were able to say the things that we said to that brother, and his daughters got to see that he's a big ass coward. He's a coward. Because even if you didn't hate us to the point where you wanted to throw hands, you would at least stand and defend your position in front of your family. But instead, you walked off like a big old Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, because that's what he looked like, big fat nigga, in front of his family. And he gonna lead his family to destruction, man. It really is a shame. Y'all got time for the Bible study? Go ahead.
we can take it.
Do you believe in the Bible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what tribe you come from in it? You good? Hey, man, we try. I'm gonna tell you, y'all ain't good. If your son that zesty, y'all ain't good. Let's be real with it. I'm not letting that shit fly. Our people always saying they good, and their sin is on their countenance. Your son switching his shit. Again, man, Jake is smitten with madness, bro. But it's all because our oppressor put the bottle to our lips to drink. Because we wouldn't know about no white Jesus if it wasn't for the white man.
Right.
We wouldn't know about worshiping Satan if it wasn't for the white man.
Right.
See, that's why he's a cancer, and the Most High God has already said he's going to get rid of him. And it can't happen soon enough. Because our people are lost. They're lost. And I can only imagine what that's like. Because the first time only his wife acknowledged us, not him. So you in a house with a daughter and a gay son and a woman who run everything. How that working for you?
Yeah, this way.
Okay, go.
Meanwhile, you know, our enemies, they ride around as a family, as a unit. Jake, we just here. Lost, man. And we are in the valley of dry bones, because they are numerous today. I don't understand it. It's not like we have the highest traffic day, but damn, the people who walk by, man, them motherfuckers is wicked. Straight up. We had a nigga say, I'm gonna eat pork. After mentioning Jesus.
He was zesty too.
Yeah,
I don't know if you heard it in
No,
his voice. He
I
was
heard it.
zesty as hell.
And plus he had his woman walking on the outside next to the road. I'm gonna tell you, I peeped that shit, man. Yeah, he ain't that woman's protector. You know what I'm saying? That woman protected him. Like that damn, what is it, that prep shit they be giving them gay folks before they go into the bathhouse. They have a medication that they take called prep. And it basically prevents them from getting like AIDS and all that shit.
Crazy.
Like when we say this place is hell, man, we are not exaggerating. This place is legitimately hell on earth. That's why the fire that's burning in California right now, I wish that shit would come to Texas and burn you crackers up. Because you deserve it. That's the only way you can kill cancer is with fire. That's why you use radiation. That's just a molecular form of fire. That's what radiation do. It causes breakdown or entropy on a molecular level. Entropic degradation. Right? We need these people to be degraded to the point where they're not here anymore. For real, them nukes cannot come fast enough, man. Vladimir Putin, if you watch my channel, press the button.
Push the button.
Oh yeah.
Do I need to insult? Shit, do I have to insult him first? Push the button, pussy ass nigga. Push the button. For real, man. Please push it.
That's why it's real.
And you notice these white folks, they don't stand and defend themselves anymore. Because 2 years ago, this same white man would have stood in front of me and he would have played his own cause and said, how dare you say that to me? Now they put their head down in shame and they keep walking. See, it's something about being right that make people shut up. It's something about being justified in what you say that make people fall silent. That's why the Bible says, resist ye the devil, and he will flee from you.
Right.
See, Jake don't realize your secret weapon is being justified by God. And you can't be justified if you willingly out here sin. That's why most of our people die in their sins with no hope. Because they've led a life of wickedness and now they want God to come bail them out. And God said, no, I'm not doing that. I need to see you in my quarters right now. And you seeing people dying in all types of painful ass ways. Did you see that video of that brother? He was working on his truck next to an Edomite. They're on camera. The brother steps out of the way less than a foot, and a truck hits the back of that truck going about 100 miles an hour, killed the Edomite. And he cracked him in half. He hit him so hard against the little, door of the truck that he got hit up against it, and it basically went through his spine and cut him in half. Although the skin was still intact. He looked like one of them Stretch Armstrong toys, just flopped over and shit. God laughed at it. Shit, it is what it is, bro. God laughed at it.
Destination for you.
Shit, to the Israelites under the sound of my voice, man, you about to have a lot more things to worry about than a goddamn white man frowning at you. For real. You got fires all along the West Coast. You got floods and ice all along the East Coast. And they saying there's supposed to be another snowstorm blow through the east. Right behind this one. The Most High God ain't giving no breaks no more. Now is the time that you get right or you gonna die. It is what it is.
UFOs coming out.
Yeah, you got the chariots coming out. You know, they got video evidence of the chariots flying out of the smoke and out of the fires. So now the white man is trying to claim credit. But you gotta think, all this energy that's required to do all these like climate manipulations. How much energy is required to have 100-mile-an-hour winds for hundreds of miles? They don't have that type of energy. But the chariots do. That's why you remember that video I sent y'all with them chariots in front of the tornado? And I circled them on the little screenshots for you. You had one pull up, look like a goddamn Cadillac made out of lasers. Shit was crazy. But our people ain't looking for that stuff. And God is known by what? By his judgment. So if you can't see and appreciate the judgments of God, then you don't know it. But you're going to come to know him real soon, especially if you wicked. But let's keep going, y'all. We ain't got much time. You said you were in Joshua. Yeah, go ahead and finish up 23. Yeah.
Joshua 23, verse 1.
Bring it out.
And it came to pass, a long time after the Lord had given rest unto Israel from all their enemies round about, that Joshua waxed old and stricken in age. And Joshua called for all Israel, and for their elders, and for their heads, and for their judges, for their officers, and said unto them, I am old and stricken in age, and ye have seen all that the Lord your God hath done unto all these nations, because of you. For the Lord your God, he is that hath fought for you. Behold, I have divided unto you my lot, these nations that remain, to be an inheritance for your tribes from Jordan, with all the nations that I have cut off, even unto the greatest sea westward. And the Lord your God, he shall expel them from before you, and drive them from out of your sight, and ye shall possess their land, as the Lord your God hath promised unto you.
So Joshua lived an entire life serving the Most High God, leading the children of Israel. And at this point, he's stricken in age. And any good leader who knows his time has come is going to try to give you a keepsake to take with you in their absence. And this is what Joshua is doing. He's gathering all the heads and the authorities within the tribes of Israel to give them one last, I'll say, bout or session of admonishment or advice. And he's trying to point out all the things that God has done for us as his people. And this is something that our people lose sight of today. Because look at slavery. God literally brought us through the worst slavery that any group of people on the planet has ever seen. But our people are quick to forget. Keep going, brother. Actually, let's wait for them. Because we got our people walking up, and I want to see if they will stop. How y'all doing today?
Hello, good.
Y'all believe in the Bible at all?
We're good.
Are you? I'm gonna tell you, if your woman answering for you, you ain't good. It is what it is. Somebody give me 1 Timothy 2:12. Get it while they in the air. Because our people say they believe in the Bible, but it's always our woman piping up talking about I believe or I don't. It's a shame, man. It really is. And again, I say it all the time. It's always our elders. It's always our elders. And it's ironic because in about 20 years, she's going to be calling on Jesus from an old folks home or a hospital bed. But yes, she good now. Go ahead and get it.
1 Timothy 2 verse 12.
Bring it up.
But if I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence.
Be in what?
But to be in
in
silence.
In other words, shut your damn mouth. That's something that Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian women, you gonna learn in these days. Because you about to be facing every damn apocalypse and calamity that this world can throw at you.
God.
And the last thing you need is your woman sitting on your shoulder talking shit, trying to lead you from the back seat. You men better get used to telling your woman to be in silence. And if your woman don't want to be in silence, leave her ass at home. Again, it's always our elders, man. They illustrate to us in less than 2 minutes why our people are destroyed. Because the man you saw, he didn't even fix his face to speak. You know why? Because he's used to his woman answering for him.
Right.
And I guarantee that in his house, he don't raise his voice and he don't ask for much. You know why? Because she run that shit. Trying to keep the peace. And the only way you can stay peaceful in that case is to be a prisoner in your own home. See, again, man, it's all here in the Bible. It's the book everybody say they believe in. It's the most bought and popular book on the planet, but yet nobody knows what's in it. People think the Bible's a damn merit badge.
I got one.
Yeah, everybody goes, shit, I got a Bible at home too, I'm righteous.
Let's collect them dust.
But you ask them, hey, what's Genesis 1 and 1 say? Oh, I don't know. You got time for the Bible today, brother?
No, not today.
I'll say man.
Over?
I'll say
No, we just hang
Got
out.
him every day.
I'm sorry?
I got him every day, all day.
Who's him?
Jesus.
The Lord.
Is your letter James less than 500 years old, brother?
So that's the language I speak.
Right. And if you're calling on any other name, so, and again, I have to keep saying this. If you know that's not his name and you're too lazy to learn his real name, you think he appreciates that? That's not his real name. There are no E's. There are no E's in Paleo Hebrew. There are no E's in Paleo Hebrew. There are no E's in Paleo Hebrew, brother. So you should ask, what's God's name? Again, the dumbassery of our people. As a matter of fact, let's get the dumbass in the Bible. Right? Again, I said it, man. There must be something in the water today. There must be something in the water. Because he'll say, I don't have time, but I have the Bible every day. Okay? So why do you have Jesus' name on it if you're in the Bible every day? These are elementary things to find out. But our people make it a point to try to serve God on their own terms. And when it blows up in their face, they don't even blame themselves. They double down and blame God. God, why you take my son from me, knowing your son was gangbanged? God, why you let my daughter get murdered and thrown in a river and die in dishonor? You knew your daughter was a streetwalker. See, I'm bringing these things up because we see news releases and press releases on these things every day. Jake is dying in very, very interesting ways. You had a nigga literally die trapped in a damn suitcase because he played a game with his white woman where she said, hey, you get in the suitcase, I'll zip it up, and then we'll have a gag at it.
Saying some dumbass shit.
She recorded him and literally laughed as he died in the suitcase. But if you actually read the Bible, you would know to never trust your enemy. Get it when you get it. Yeah, I got it. No. Yeah, it's getting colder, bro. God damn. It's 2 Peter 2:16. Yeah. I knew it was in the New Testament. I just didn't want to say it.
That's where he references
Oh, you had precepted? Oh.
It's the book of 2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 16.
Bring it out.
But was rebuked for his iniquity. The dumb ass, speaking with man's voice, forbade the madness of the prophet.
Now, this ass is talking about Balaam, the seer, right? But in this case, the dumbass, right, is our people, and they're forbidding us to speak unto them. They don't want to learn the righteous edicts of the Bible, the principles of God that were given unto us out of love. They don't want to hear that. See how people don't realize, man, the strong language that we speak, it's all in the Bible. Right? That's why I'm not saying anything that's really a taboo. Right? But anyway, go ahead and finish, brother. Yeah, but, yeah.
Joshua 23, verse 6.
Bring it out.
But ye, therefore, very courageous to keep and to do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that ye turn not aside therefrom to the right hand or to the left, that ye come not among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear of their gods, no cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow yourselves unto them, but cleave unto the Lord your God, as ye have done unto this day. For the Lord hath driven out from before you great nations and strong. But as for you, no man hath been able to stand before you unto this day. One man of you shall chase 1,000 for the Lord your God. He it is that fighteth for you, as he hath promised you.
Now, I know the brother read a little bit, but I want him to keep going so that we could see that the Most High God is the one who did the mighty works that enabled our people to take that land. And if the Most High God is with us, again, I have to ask any Israelite, what business do you have being a coward, being reluctant to do what God tells you to do? Because the Most High God has already made it readily apparent that he's in your corner, and he ain't with the enemy. The only way your enemy can overcome you is if God turned his face from you. That's the only way. And God has already made it known. If you keep my commandments, I'm with you. And if you disobey my commandments, I'm going to turn my face from you, and they're going to run all over. As a matter of fact, read the next 3 verses.
Verse 11. Take good heed, therefore, unto yourselves, that ye love the Lord your God. Else if ye do, in any wise, go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in unto them, and they to you. Know for a certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you.
Hold on a second. So you telling me if we go and we get one of their women and make children with them, even if it's a man and a heathen woman, that the Most High God he's told us that they're going to turn us from following him, and he's going to turn his face from us? So we're not coming out against our brothers for nothing when we tell them to get away from these damn heathen. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Sorry, dog.
Y'all believe in the Bible?
Yes, sir.
Keep the commandments, bro.
So, like, I wouldn't rely on eBay prices. Like,
Keep going.
Other people that we know do.
The Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your side, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land which the Lord your God hath given you.
So the Most High God has made it readily apparent. If we're not trying to keep the commandments, not only are our adversaries going to be a hindrance to us, they're going to be a constant thorn in our side and thorns in our eyes, and God is going to remove us from the land entirely. The Most High God has made it readily known amongst our people the price of following after our enemies. And I'm going to tell you, man, Black, Hispanic, and Native American women, it being cold won't even make these bitches put clothes on, bro. She running around literally in boy shorts with a brother with her. I'm gonna tell you, man, I used to be one of them young brothers who be walking around with a girl half naked, feeling like a damn fool. You know, men looking at your girl and shit, and you sitting there trying to rationalize it, but you know you not with that.
It's weird how you see the brothers.
Got time for the Bible, brother? You want some free tacos, brother? Free hamburgers? If I was a big booty white woman, would you talk to me, brother? I know where the big booty white women at.
Worth the shot.
Hey, it's worth the shot, sure, man. Shit, Jake been swayed by less, man. What's up, brother?
I was just gonna say, it's crazy how our brothers, you know, they'll bundle up in the cold, you know, have extra layers, and we're the stronger vessel. So if we wearing, you know, cold weather gear, then the women should be wearing at least that or something even warmer.
Come. But I'm gonna tell you though, the book of Hosea lets you know that the Most High God ain't punishing our sisters right now for the things that they do. But even though she might not get punished, what if all of a sudden she gets some unwanted attention from a couple of male suitors? Now, as a man, you got to defend that. You got to step up and be like, hey, leave the lady alone. And you know how that shit go. It ain't like Batman the movie. You about to get pieced up. Yep. Niggas shooting now. You know what I'm saying? You can say the wrong thing to somebody just take that gun out and just handle the business. And that's all because that brother ain't got the courage to tell that woman, hey, put on some fucking clothes. What, you crazy? That's why the Bible says, man, a woman may be known by her eyelids. Right? All the half-lidded stares, all the makeup, the attire of a harlot. And that same woman will go, well, you need to respect women. How?
It's crazy how they'll be in the house, blankets dressed up. Oh, it's cold.
Yeah.
But be out here in the cold, butt ass naked damn near, and not be paid.
Man. Yeah, as soon as they have to appear before people, all of a sudden they got less clothes on.
Backwards
It's like they going up to the bathroom when they go outside.
Yeah, it shit is crazy, man. And then you got women on camera in front of their husband going, my husband can't tell me how to dress. I'm going to tell you, if my wife ever did that, I ain't going to lie to you. It'd be real hard for me not to say, hey, find your way back home. We done. It's going to be real hard because you just told me you for the streets. So guess what? I'm going to send your ass to the streets. Back from which she came. From the street she came and to the street she shall return. Shit. And that tells you this whole lesson on courage and showing examples of courageous men. Our people need that, man. Because most of these men who abide this shit, they came up in a home where the dad was either subservient to the woman or not there at all. And as a result, they think a woman can do whatever she say she want to do. And half the time, if something bad happened, who she blame first? Why didn't you tell me to put on some clothes, man? Now you to blame for her actions. That's why you have to abide by God's laws. So that shit don't happen to you, man.
Nobody told you to protect me or I
Yeah.
didn't need your help.
I didn't need your help.
But then when you don't, why didn't you protect me?
Yeah, man, you can't win, bro.
You're supposed to leave, right?
Yeah, you can't win. You got time for the Bible? If you black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, you an Israelite sister.
That's right.
Special. Right? I think I've talked to her before. Hope she don't fall. She about to hit that corner. Yeah, use the brake. Nah, don't fall. You might as well walk that motherfucker down. I don't know why you're doing that. Shit, you just, like walk it, shit. All you gonna do is fall and make us laugh. I'm just glad she got there safely. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? Because that's our households are upside down, man. And see, people don't realize, man, when the time of Jacob's trouble comes, ain't gonna be no more, hey, I'm calling 911. You're gonna see that Micah 7 kick in hard, where women are just getting trodden down like the mire in the streets. And she gonna look like a crusty trash bag sitting next to a dumpster. Because she gonna get wore out. That's why when you read Isaiah 13, it talks about, you know, basically our wives being ravished. You know what I'm saying? Those who refuse to come out of the ways of Esau, or to separate from their heathen husbands and shit. But anyway, can you? Nah, we gonna be so somebody give me Isaiah 41 and 8 through 17. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Oh, we're in a hurry, guys.
Can y'all stay for 2 seconds? 2 seconds.
Yeah, we've been holding it for a while.
The letter J is 500 years old, sister. His name ain't Jesus. Anyway, 41 and 8, 17. Swap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You got a damn 24 pack of beer and tell me you ain't got time for the Bible. Tell you, man.
Book of Isaiah, chapter 41 and verse 8. But thou Israel art my servant, Jacob whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham my friend. Thou whom I have taken from the ends of the earth, and called thee from the chief men thereof, and said unto thee, Thou art my servant, I have chosen thee, and not cast thee away. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with thy right hand of my righteousness.
So we see yet another reason for us to never doubt or be afraid. Literally because God told you to not be afraid. And that should be enough. If God says be courageous, then goddamn it, be courageous. I don't care if you got bubble guts and everything. You better put on a brave face. Because the Most High God is with you. What you got?
Sirach 4:28.
428? Okay, come read it. But hold on, let him finish though. Finish that out. Keep going.
Verse 11. Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish. Thou shalt seek them and shalt not find them, even them that contended with thee. They that war against thee shall be as nothing, and as a thing of naught. For I, the Lord thy God, will hold thy right hand, saying unto thee, Fear not, I will help thee.
So the Most High God is making it readily apparent that He's going to help you every step of the way. Where you need strength, He's going to give it to you. Where you need discernment, He's going to give it to you. I don't know, bro. And like I said, man, it's madness out here. See, and people don't realize, man, again, if the Most High God is not your strength in these days, man, you are going to faint. And if you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. Because your real strength comes from the Lord.
Right.
But keep going, brother. Let's finish this up.
Verse 14, Fear not thou, worm Jacob, and ye men of Israel. I will help thee, saith the Lord, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. Behold, I will make thee a new sharp threshing instrument, having teeth. Thou shalt thresh the mountains, and beat them small, and shall make the hills as chaff.
Now, I have to ask the question. To all these scary, worldly ass niggas who want to be, powered up by the Lord, made better, made perfect. Why would God do that for you just so you can run back to the strip club? Why would God give you, dare I say, superhuman powers? Imagine you had super speed and you wicked. All you're going to do is you're going to run to the plug house faster than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. And these will be the same Christians walking around talking about they're going to be part of the saints. They want to be part of that number when the saints go marching in, so to speak. Not understanding, if you aren't proving yourself now, man, you're not getting this upgrade. You're going to be born back in the kingdom in your right mind, where you won't misuse these powers that are going to be given unto God's chosen. Keep going, brother.
Verse 16, Thou shalt fan them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them. And thou shalt rejoice in the Lord, and shalt glory in the Holy One of Israel. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue faileth for thirst, I, the Lord, will hear them. I, the God of Israel, will not forsake them.
I know we just read it. It sounded so good. Read it one more time, brother. And in the meantime, go to Isaiah 65. I think it's 65.
Verse 16, Thou shalt fan them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them. And thou shalt rejoice in the Lord, and thou shalt glory in the Holy One of Israel. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue faileth for thirst, I, the Lord, will hear them, and I, the God of Israel, will not forsake them.
So when the chips are down, when you ain't got no food, when your bank account is on negative, let alone empty. I used to think having $0 in your bank account was a nightmare. Wait until you log into that shit and you see negative some $100 in that shit. That's when you're like, oh my God. But the Most High God still worked it out. He's been working it out for all our people, man. And that's because the Most High God already made the promise. When we really need him, if we seek after his ways and after his face, he'll be there. Brother, what you got? You're going to read.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 11. Teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path because of mine enemies. Verse 12. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. I had fainted, unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait on the Lord, be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord.
I mean, and it's plain up on tables. If you are waiting upon the Lord, if the Lord is not your foundation and your strength, in that day of adversity, you're going to be overtaken. And you got to remember, these are words coming from King David. King David is the mightiest man on the planet of his time. And even he understands that in the day of adversity, he doesn't look to his armory or his army or his weaponry. He looks to the Lord. More times than not, shit, the king would be like, yo, I'm not even going to make a move until I see the prophet of the Lord. Where is he at? I need to know, is God with me or not? And if he's not with this, I'm not doing it. But our people don't have that conviction nowadays. They think, oh man, when things go south, I'm going to open a can of Campbell's soup and I'm going to hug my trusty shotgun and I'm going to just get through. Go ahead and get that, brother. Okay, well, is it in that pericope? Yeah, go ahead and get it.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 4, verse 28. Strive for the truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee.
So if you keeping God's commandments above all else, no matter what, if your boss says, hey man, I need you to come in and work on Saturday, you go, hey, I can't come. I got camp. Right? If you trying to keep the Sabbath, if you trying to keep the high holy days, hell, it might even be, hey man, come take part in this pizza party. Or we having a little Christmas get together at work. Come on, come, partake. We got free gifts and everything. You got to tell people no, even if it makes enemies of those over you. Because last time I checked, we ought to obey God rather than man.
Right.
But see, everybody say they believe that until they get tried. I'm going to tell you, the time of trial is here. And we're going to see how a lot of you people fare without God. Go ahead and get it, brother.
Isaiah 65, verse 11.
Bring it out.
But ye are they that forsake the Lord.
No, 65. I think it's 65. Yeah, 65 and... Yeah, that's 11. You had it right. It's a lot.
Isaiah 65, verse 11. But ye are they that forsake the Lord, that forget my holy mountain, that prepare a table for that truth, and that furnish the drink offering unto that number.
Now, when it says basically preparing a table for that truth and furnishing a drink unto that number, these are pagan gods. The god of Gad, or god of troops. The name Gad is also the name of a pagan god, right? And then the god Meni, M-E-I-R, M-E-N-I, right? God of fortune, or god of gambling, right? So our people have been worshiping all sorts of pagan gods, right? Keep going, brother.
Therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called, ye did not answer. When I spake, ye did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen, for the Lord God shall slay thee.
Who shall slay thee?
For the Lord God shall slay thee,
Keep going.
and call his servants by another name.
And we're being called by Yasharala. We have our new name. Now we just got to wait to see these prophecies play out. And the white man's already starting to let you know 2025 is going to be a hell of a ride.
Right.
They already trying to tell you, hey man, you know all that water we said we had? Yeah, that's gone.
It's empty.
You know that those areas on fire in California right now, they're literally saying they have no water. No water. None. People trying to fight the fire with their damn hose, and the shit turns off while they're fighting the fire. You need to understand something as Israelites. The time for you being rebellious, hey man, you about to pay for that shit. The Most High God is letting it be known who his chosen are and who they're not. Keep going, brother. A little bit more.
Verse 16. That he who blesseth himself in the earth shall bless himself in God of truth. And he that swear in the earth shall swear by the God of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from mine eyes. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind.
So when all this stuff passes, if you die in it, you're going to be forgotten along with it. And your story going to restart when you born back into the kingdom. That's why you're going to have Israelites walking around with their hands in their pockets, looking down at the ground, kicking rocks. Hey, I ain't going to lie, man. There's pigeons up in that tree. They're roosting. Yeah, it's a bunch of them. And we're over here speaking the word boldly. And yet you see God's favorite bird choose that tree to roost in. And we had a hawk land in that same tree earlier. When do you see a hawk's prey land in the same tree? Again, you got to know what's going on around here. Yeah, in the same spot, literally. And they sitting there and they chilling, man. You don't even know what those birds might mean, man. All we know is that's God's favorite bird. And you know there's chariots everywhere, man. You just can't see. That's why when I come out here, man, whether I got one brother, two brothers, no brothers, I know I'm in good hands because the Lord got me. I'm not worried. And whatever becomes of me while doing the work of the Lord, I know if I die, I got my crown. Thank you very much, sir. Shit, I tell my wife, if I don't come home and you find out I'm dead, you can cry a little bit, but just know I died and I'm be in the kingdom. I'll see you on the other side. I'll be there. And just you continue to endeavor in the Lord. And God will send you a new righteous man. Hopefully with greater zeal than me. And hopefully a little taller. You know what I'm saying? But you see, in Isaiah, the Most High God is saying, hey, look, man, if you are not in my good graces, I'm not going to feed you when you need food. I'm not going to keep you from the sword. I'm going to let you get ate up by this world out here. That's why we keep trying to tell our people, man, you ain't got the time you think you got. White man's going in slavery. It can't happen soon enough. That arrogant look that the white man have while he walking around on land that he stole, I bet if I steal your damn sunscreen, you won't look like that no more. Be looking like a goddamn burn victim. Shit, gonna look at us like we ain't shit. Better get your ass out of here, Tanner. Fucked up around here. Anyway, can somebody go ahead and grab me? Somebody grab me Exodus 14 and 14, and that same person grab me Sirach 4 and 28. And the next person grab me Sirach, actually, where is Sirach 14? Yeah, you did. So scratch that. You took it from 11. Now give me Sirach 14 and 11 through 18.
So 11, 14 through 18.
I'm sorry?
11, 14 through 18.
Yeah. Or no, Sirach, yeah, 11, yeah. Sirach 14, 11 through 18. But I need Exodus 14 and 14.
Exodus 14, verse 14.
Bring it out.
The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace.
Now, I said this earlier in my lesson, I paraphrased it, but this is where it's at, Exodus 14 and 14. The Most High God, when he begins to move and to judge our enemies, your participation is no longer required. Okay. That's something our people have to understand. Have you ever seen, too, like, I'm talking about like two big niggas about to fight. You know, like, man, that's between them, bro. They ain't got nothing to do with me. They gonna throw my ass like, get out of here, little nigga. I'm about to just have to hold that. You know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna happen when God say, hey man, everybody stand back. I got this. God gonna crack his knuckles and send Yahweh shot. Go ahead and get him. People don't realize, man, all these damn UFOs and shit that you seeing, the book of Psalms tell you that the Lord is among them. Yahweh Shai is with all these chariots. That means he's already here, y'all. He's already here. And when he pull up, he gonna pull up quick. He gonna pull up so quick, some people gonna have damn pork in their mouth. They gonna go, oh shit. You gonna have niggas like trying to push the woman down, got her ass in his face in the strip club, hold on, get down. What's that? Like, people don't realize, man, it's coming very soon. That's why I asked that brother. I was like, hey man, if Yahweh Shai is supposed to return during World War III, when do you think that's gonna happen? He said very soon. So people know what time it is, man. We at the time of the end. We're at the time where great famine, great wars, and great death is about to take place upon the earth. And people are trying to find answers to escape it, not understanding there are none except for the Lord. And that's it. Go ahead and get your precepts, brother.
The book of Isaiah chapter 14 verse 11.
Bring it out.
Salaki. This book of Sirach chapter 14 verse 11. My son, according to thy ability, do good to thyself and give the Lord his due rendering. Remember that death will not be long in communing, Salaki, in coming, and that the covenant of the grave is not showed unto thee. Do good unto thy friend before thou die, and according to thy ability, stretch out thy hand and give to him. Defraud not thyself of the good day, and let not the part of a good desire overpass thee. Shalt thou not leave thy travails unto another, and thy labors to be divided by lot? Give and take, and sanctify thy soul, for there is no seeking of dainties in the grave.
It's like I said earlier. Everybody is gonna die. Everybody is spending their life one heartbeat at a time. And eventually you're gonna run out of pennies to spend and you're gonna die. So if your life is already spent, then why not spend the time that you have serving the Lord and doing what God told you to do? So that at the end of your life, you can be increased. Just like it says in Sirach 2, man. You're supposed to constantly endure, so that at the end you could be increased. I said it to a brother the other week. If you go to your job and you work a half day, you get a full check? No. But yet when people come to serve God, they think they can just phone it in and not do no fucking work. Madness. That's why we tell our people all the time, the white man is your God. Because you do better by the white man than you do by God. And our people pretend like they want to get offended. But then as soon as you bring them scriptures out, they run their ass up the street. Shit. And Jake, the only people on the planet, they be talking about, I'm going to beat you up, I'm going to whoop your ass. But while they talking, they getting further and further away. Niggas cowards, man.
Bringing up that work makes me think of a job I had where I was on salary. They'll work us 11, 12 hours. Like, oh, but you're on salary. Let us stop short. Oh, we got to deduct that. But I thought I was on salary. I should get paid the same regardless. They didn't pay that.
I'm gonna tell you, man, long as you in this kingdom, you gonna get defrauded. Because you supposed to be paid the day you work. Right. This whole paycheck shit, wait 7 days, 2 weeks, a whole month, that shit is illegal according to the Bible.
Break the process.
Come on.
Maybe my daily wages.
Yeah, when you work, you literally supposed to have a check waiting for you at the end of your shit. Thank you for your work, sir. I'll see you tomorrow. Or you fired, nigga. It's over. But either way, where my check at? And Jake, you know that in the spirit. Because when you get fired and you go to your manager office, what do you want from him? Your last check. It's in your spirit. You ain't talking about waiting for next week. You saying I'm fired, give me my money right now. And you know what they normally do to get you out the office? They print you off a check. You know why? Because they owe it to you. And they know they do. That's why everybody talking about they believe in the Bible, but when it comes time to be tested, that's when you see people haven't read the book. But you see through their behavior, they naturally do the things that God told them to do. Because Israelites have a zeal for God, not according to knowledge.
Right.
That's why it saddens me when our people refuse to listen, because they're this close to the truth. Can you imagine when Yahushua comes back, people gonna be going, damn man, I walk by the Israelites, man. I used to walk by them niggas every Saturday. Some people gonna know they in trouble because they're like, man, I told that nigga kiss my ass. I used to talk big shit to the Israelites. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they used to talk all types of trash. And then that day, they gonna be like, God damn, man, I did not expect this. I thought I had more time. I saw a video with a white man. He said, I thought we had more time to prepare for what was coming. But didn't Christ say that he was gonna suddenly come up on the earth?
Like a thief in the night.
Like a thief in the night. And that's the parable that he gave, because he said if you knew when the thief was coming, you'd be ready for it. But because our people think they got time to prepare, Christ's gonna show up and they ain't gonna be prepared at all. They're gonna be butt naked, covered in their sins. People don't realize, man, if you praying to white Jesus, you butt naked. No cover. I think a brother who's into Islam is closer than a brother in Christianity. And both of them are condemnable, right?
Strange apparel, right?
Strange apparel is Zephaniah. That's right. As a matter of fact, somebody grabbed it. It's Zephaniah 1. It's cold, man. We almost done, bro. I don't want to pull any more scriptures, but I have to. I have to, man. My toes are numb.
I was in St. Louis, that we were fine. I cut my feet felt like that brick.
So you tell them, hey, brother, we almost done, brother. They're like, hey, man, hold the line, nigga. I was just asking, you know, asking for a friend.
Zephaniah 1 and what?
I'm sorry.
Zephaniah 1 and what?
Give me 1 and 8.
The book of Zephaniah, chapter 1 and verse 8.
Bring it out.
And it shall come to pass in the day of the Lord's sacrifice that I will punish the princes and the kings of the children and all such as are clothed with strange apparel.
So all of our people who are believing in all these diverse beliefs, all these idols, refuse to separate from the heathen oppressor. Hey man, the Most High God, man, he gonna cut your ass down. You need to understand, again, I keep saying it's like a broken record, but it's because we're running out of time, man. That's the seriousness of this message. You don't have the time to sit on YouTube all day trying to learn the Bible through niggas just saying shit, man. You need people who are reading the scriptures and directing you where you need to go. That's why when that dude said that he didn't need the name of Christ or Yahushua, it's just like, bro, so you calling on the same Savior your oppressor called on. Go ahead.
Christ told his disciples to baptize in his name.
That's right.
So how you gonna baptize in Christ's name if you don't know Christ's name?
Well, and,
God,
go ahead.
God told you to call on his name. How you gonna call on God's name if you don't know God's name? That's why them damn Muslims calling on Allah. They just saying God. Like that's not God's name. You're not really doing what God asked you to do at the end of the day.
And I'm willing to argue, at least they think that's his name. Shit, damn Christians, they know God name ain't God, and they don't give a damn. They just like, well, God know my heart. I got a personal relationship with God. Man, you hear me say it all the time. Which one? Hell of a drum, man.
And then, like, when we have our own children, we want them to dress them by our proper name. We don't want nobody to call us Jose when my name is Jose.
Come on, man. I mean, imagine, man. Like, and this shows you how separated from sovereignty, autonomy, and honor our people are. They think any name is as good as another. If you go before a king of a nation and you call him the wrong name, he might let it slide the first time with a warning. The second time, hey man, you about to get caught up. For real. Especially if you in his nation.
Right.
Yeah, man, that's the least of your fucking problem. Because that shows a contempt for the rulership of that king that's insubordinate and treasonous. And a lot of times, kings will just straight up murk you for that.
Right.
Or they'll give you an attitude adjustment, right? Like when Paul was talking crazy to the high priest, they popped his ass in the mouth. And then Paul said, oh shit, I didn't know, my bad, bro. Paraphrase. But that was his response. When he got corrected, he said, oh, I was wrong.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's something Jake don't do. Jake don't go, oh, I was wrong, my bad. Jay go, yeah, I'm wrong, and fuck you too.
They damn sure do.
That's why the Most High God be like, okay, bet that then. That's why the white man over here. Like that's why when Ezekiel 7 say he'll send the worst of the heathen, the cracker is the worst of the heathen. It don't get no worse than this. A nigga who will break your teeth out so you can't starve yourself, and if you sew your mouth shut, he'll put a feeding tube in your ass. Literally. Literally. He did that to the prisoners of Guantanamo Bay. People don't realize, man, the Most High God can send nightmares to you if you don't want to get down the way that he said. And most of our people, they've gotten used to living in a nightmare. That's why they behave the way that they do. What you got, brother?
Concerning the point of not knowing God's name, what God are you worshiping, right? It's the book of Philippians chapter 3 and verse 19. It reads, whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, and whose glory is in their shame, who mind earthly things.
Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Right now I'm just trying to find my friend.
Okay.
But maybe if I find out, I'll ask.
Alright. Anyway, like I was saying, man, their God is their belly, right? And what does your belly do, right? Your belly tells you what you want. That's your desires. It's a metaphor for your desires. Their God is their desire. Right? It's anything that they lust after. And that's really what it comes down to, because you put them in the vice grips, and they just gonna start saying all type of different random stuff based off of what they think and what they feel, versus having it rooted in something at least, right? Like if they don't even be rooted in anything. It's all about how I feel. Like they God is of their belly, literally. In that verse, it's lived out through Christians. You see that in Christians, you see that in Muslims, man. You see that with everybody who's not rooted in these scriptures, right? Who's not serving Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. You know, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day.
Well, money rule all evil.
Show is, bro. It show is. See, if they had just stayed here, man, they would have been fine. But see, and I'm gonna tell you, man, the sad part is that's how close your salvation was to you, man.
What happened to them?
No, they right
Nah,
there.
their friends are right there. They all looking for each other.
All they had to do was stay right here. But that goes to show you, man, some people are gonna miss hearing the truth in a time frame where they can literally do something by that much, by nothing. And Brandy told you in the 90s, almost doesn't count. She let you know. But black folks don't listen. See, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, man, knowing the name of God, that's even if you say, hey, Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, okay, cool. What's expected of you now?
Right.
Knowing the name of God and his son, that's the door. Dare I say, even knowing that you're an Israelite, that's the door. Every doorway, you got to walk through it to enter the building. And see, again, that's why the parable of the 10 virgins, man, we going to see that shit lived out, bro. You going to have people trying to call your phone, blowing up your Facebook Messenger account, talking about, man, I heard you was a Hebrew Israelite, man. Tell me everything you know. And you got about 30 minutes. I hear air raid sirens. Imagine that shit. You got somebody on the phone talking about, hey, how do I serve God in 30 minutes so I don't get blown up? I'm going to hang the fucking phone up. I'm going to be real with you.
30 minutes or less.
Oh, they going to hear doot, doot, doot. Shit going to be gone.
I'm getting ready to go, sorry.
Yeah, got to go, man. I'm not getting reception too good in this chariot. You know what I'm saying?
Breaking up.
Yeah, you break it up. Getting further away from the ground, nigga. Break it up.
You don't want us to use cell phones up here.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I think they jamming my phone.
It's on airplane mode.
Yeah, he said if he found his friends, he'd come back. See, I didn't want to call him a liar. But the thing is, though, if you a liar, we'll see. Damn.
Hell, he's going to have to find him right there, so we'll see where he goes.
Yeah, I guess, man. Nah, they take it off down the path, man. Anyway, before you grab that, brother, can you grab Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 1? We're going to read a little bit of that, and then we're going to read Revelations 2 and 26, and we're going to get up out of here, y'all.
This is Solomon 5.
Yeah, 5 and 1.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, from the top.
Bring it out.
Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, from the top. And it reads, Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they looked for.
Now I'm gonna tell you, some of these chariots that you can see on camera right now are very strange looking. They zoom. I said this last Wednesday. They zoomed in on a chariot, and it literally looked like the chariot depicted in Ezekiel 1, the wheel within a wheel. Legitimately, it looked like bands of energy, and it had little dots on it. It's ironic and not necessarily lawful, but I got them when I was in the world, but I got a tattoo of them on my wrist. It's supposed to be an atom. But come to find out, that's what the chariots look like. And it looked like light. Oh, yeah. Tattoo's trash, bro. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's something that we're trying to tell our people, man. The strangeness of salvation, we're already starting to see the hallmarks of it play out. That's why for our people who think they have more time, it's just like, yo, how many times and signs do you have to endure before you realize, oh, man, this is it. This is the end. But keep going, brother. A little bit more. They going, man.
Verse 3. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach. We fools accounted his life madness, and his end to be without honor.
Because y'all are just the niggers. That's how they think. How are you numbered among the saints? You're the person who used to make my food at Taco Bell and Chipotle. Your auntie used to pick strawberries in my orchard. Your uncle fixed my car for favors, not even money, because he was that down bad. And yet, he's the saint of God? She's a saint of God? How is that possible? How is it possible? That's a good question. Go ahead and give me that. Revelations 2 and 26.
Revelations 2, verse 26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. And I will give him the morning star.
That's how. Enduring unto the end, keeping God's commandments, and not straying from the path.
Y'all should have just stayed and waited and listened. You would have seen it. It was right here.
Hey, man. See, sometimes God really do make it that easy for you to get his word. But when you determine to do the wrong thing, hey, man, the Most High God gonna leave you to your own desires, and you're gonna be devoured by them.
Now you chasing.
Yep, now you running around after your friends. And they on scooters and you on foot. So good luck. And y'all don't look like the most athletic kids, so hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But y'all, that's the end of the lesson. Anybody got any precepts on the pull before we get back?
It's kind of what you just said. Trying to be wicked. It's Proverbs.
My feet not swift in the weed, but to do good, they have no knowledge. Man.
This Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 16.
Bring it up.
It's like I'm gonna start at 15. My son, walk not thou in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path. Man, I wish they could have
If they on the path too, that shit crazy.
heard. For their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain is the net spread in the sight of any bird.
The trap isn't even hidden, and our people fall into it. Yeah.
Got the bird up here too.
And the thing is, like, oh yeah, you're right. But they run into the trap like it's a damn contest. I saw you fuck up. Hold up, watch me now.
I can fuck up better.
Yeah, man, I can do it worse. You see these young people now; they don't even think life is real. They be live streaming themselves, running from the police.
Yeah, that was bad. Watch
Dude,
this.
live stream, like with the, he had to have like a GoPro on or something. Live stream, ran up and shot a dude live on a stream.
can't even get guns.
That's what I'm saying.
Damn.
He streamed it.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I know people get shanked up on camera though. I've seen that. I've seen that a few times. So,
Remind me how like Esau, the one that started on pranks, they like record themselves pranking each other. And it's like we taking that to another level.
well, and here's the thing, man. Even the Bible says we outdo the heathen in wickedness. You know what I'm saying? Like, because the same spirit of excellency that we have in us, we're gonna excel in anything we put our minds to. And if we put our minds to niggatry, we gonna have a doctorate in nigger. To do good, we have no knowledge. That's on you ask Jake. Hey man, I see you out here trapping, selling drugs, hustling. Why don't you go legit? Put that same work ethic into starting your own business. And they're like, man, I ain't trying to do all that square shit, man. Yeah, like, but then, but when they standing there in that orange jumpsuit talking about sorry, mama, all of a sudden it's like, man, you praying to God that he direct the heart of that judge to show you leniency. When your leniency was a brother coming to you in confidence going, hey man, I have a better way. I have a better way. God loves you and he's already prepared a way for you. All you gotta do is walk it. And most of our people, they go, you know what? Nah, man, I respect what you're talking about, but I'm gonna do what I want to do. And then they pay according to their own works.
Mercy, let them make all that money where they can start it.
Correct. As a matter of fact, we gonna end with 2nd Ezra 9. God damn, bro. We have to bring that out, man. We have to. Goodness gracious, man. The spirit is flowing.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Because our people don't realize, man, every waking moment of every day, the Most High God is moving things around to keep you alive. And we spit in God's face when we say we don't even want to hear the scriptures, let alone keep the commandments. Man. Start at 7.
The book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 7.
Bring it out.
And every one that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works and by his faith, whereby ye have believed, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land and within my borders, for I have sanctified them for me from the beginning.
See, that's why I don't get all caught up in how people receive this. That brother that 1 week we had friction with, then he stood here and got laced up for 45 minutes. I know if it's meant for him to get it, he'll get it. Whether it's for me or another brother. Keep going.
Verse 9. Then shall they be in pitiful case, which...
How you doing today, miss? You believe in the Bible at all?
I do, yes.
Are you Filipino by chance?
No, I'm not.
Are you Mexican?
Why would you do that?
I have to ask because you might go back to the tribes of Israel. All right, now say it. Let's keep going. It's in the spirit, man.
Then shall they be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways, and they that have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torment. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me.
You need to understand as an Israelite how insulting it is to the King of all kings, the King of all spirits, the maker of all that is. And he's done favors for you. And you say, you know what? That's cool and all, but I'm going to do what I want to do. You need to understand what that means. That's why those who forsake God are going to dwell in torments. Because God got to make you hurt a little bit. It's not enough just to pull you back to the spirit realm. You got to think about what you did. Remember when your parents used to beat your ass and throw you back in your room? And what they tell you? Think about what you did. Yep. You want to punch the world, but you know you can't do a damn thing. Yep. And you try not to get another. I used to get beat with extension cords, man. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou says. Thou says, man. It's crazy. He the one running around with a woman who was butt naked earlier. It is what it is, bro. No, it ain't. That's her. She put on some pants. That's her. That's her. That's her. And you could tell she was cold because of the way her skin looked. It was beet red. So she wasn't even comfortable doing it. But any excuse to look like a whore. And Jake is so desperate to get some damn pussy, bro. It is insane. Not understanding. If you go outside of America, A good woman, she will come find you. Literally. She ain't talking about, I need a 6-figure man. She talking about, I need a man of God. I need a righteous man who will be a husband and a father to our children. Only here in the West with the white man, where people have become entrenched in his ways, do we believe that a man's got to be 6 foot, have 6 inches. Well, yeah, and then I wasn't trying to say that. That's what I'm saying, man. Bars, or bars, not bars. Shit. But be 6 foot is what I meant to say. But that's part of the. But here's the thing though, that the 6 so-called inches, that's part of the 6, things that the women want. Our sisters are wicked, man. And actually, before you finish that, oh my God, hold up now. I ain't never brought this out. I probably shouldn't bring it out, but I wonder if you know this is in the Bible. Did you know our women want men who have penises like donkeys? It's in the Bible. Yep. Yep.
Bring that out.
Yep. When I read it with my rib. We were both reading it, and I just looked at her, and she said, "Shut up." I was like, "Hey, man, I didn't say it. God said it."
Where's it at?
It's in Ezekiel 23 and 20. Yeah. When I read it, I said, "You get the fuck out of here." But ain't no way this is in the Bible.
Everything.
It's 23 and 20. Hold on, let me see if there's more. Real quick. 20. So this is talking about. It's there, ain't it? Thank you. So go ahead and start at. Damn, man, start at 11 and read down to 20.
Oh, man. Ezekiel 23, verse 11. And when her sister, how do you say that? Aholiba,
Yeah, that's fine.
saw this, she was more corrupt in her inordinate love than she, and in her whoredoms more than her sister in her whoredoms. She doted upon the Assyrians, her neighbors, captains and rulers, clothed most gorgeously, horsemen, riding upon horses, all of them desirable young men. Then I saw that she was defiled, that they took both one way, and that she increased.
No, hold on. Do you understand what that means? They both took one way. What does that mean?
Sounds like
A woman getting spit roasted. That's what that means.
abominable thing.
It's a threesome with 2 dudes. And this is talking about Judah and her sister Israel, the southern kingdom and northern kingdom. Talking about how we go after suitors and paramours. When you look at our sisters today, because they literally talked about them going after men on chariots, right? Men of substance, men with wealth and riches. What do our sisters do if you got money here? Anything you want. Don't have a yacht. Shit, you can line up 20 women and have a twerk contest, and you the only person who gonna win. If you got money in this kingdom. And it's right here in the Bible. That's why we trying to tell our people, man, God got your number. He created you, Jake. He knows what you're gonna do. Keep going, brother. Because we gonna get to the coup de grace at the end. And y'all ain't gonna believe it's in there, but it is. Keep going.
And that she increased her whoredoms, for when she saw men portrayed upon the wall, the images of the Chaldeans portrayed with vermilion, girded with girdles upon their loins, exceeding in dyed attire upon their heads, all of them princes to look to, after the manner of the Babylonians of Chaldea, the land of their nativity. As soon as she saw them with her eyes, she darted upon them, and sent messengers unto them in Chaldea, into Chaldea.
Now, keep in mind, you know how a woman says that a man got to come to her, a man got to pay her rent, a man got to do all these things. Here in the Bible, it says that if you got enough substance, whether you're wicked or righteous, a woman will run to you. And our women were doing that with other nations, the heathen. You see something that you're interested in, man?
I'm just hearing you out.
Okay. So we're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know that we're the Israelites.
Okay.
And we're letting them know to repent. And we're also letting them know that the judgment of America is about to take place. And in that judgment, the enemies of said people are going to be destroyed.
Yeah.
So I have a question. What do you think is going to happen to the people who enslaved God's children?
The people what?
Who enslaved God's chosen people?
I don't know.
Somebody give me Isaiah 14 and 21. Got an answer for it. Can you give me Revelations 13, 9 through 10? The words of Christ, you believe them, correct?
Yes.
All praise to him. So let's go ahead and read those words first, and we're going to read that in Isaiah.
Book of Revelation chapter 13, verse 10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
Those are the words of Christ. So, who led the people here in America into slavery?
Celebrities.
Well, I mean, they're just examples of, each respective nation. Because what we're trying to say is it's not about your color. It's about who you descend from.
Ah. So who are the people that enslaved?
That's not a hard question. Come on.
Yeah, not just
So-called white people.
white people.
Yeah. And you're not alone, because there's something called the sub-Saharan slave trade, where the East Indian and the Arab man enslaved God's children. Also, the Assyrians, they enslaved God's children. Also, the Asians, Japanese and Chinese enslaved God's children. So what we're really trying to say is, if you aren't on this sign, or you aren't basically related to us, scattered to another nation around the earth, you're going into slavery. Get that in Isaiah 4?
So you're saying that I'm going to pay the fate
Yes. And he's about to answer your question.
that my ancestors.
Yes. Listen to this.
Isaiah 14, verse 21. Prepare slaughter for his children.
For who?
For his children.
For who? One more time.
Prepare slaughter for his children.
Finish that.
For the iniquity of their fathers.
Wasn't it your forefathers who did those things?
I don't know.
Read it again.
Prepare slaughter for his children. For the iniquity of their fathers. That they do not rise, nor possess the land,
Give me
nor fill
19 and 26.
the face of the world with cities.
But hasn't everyone been enslaved at some point? It's just
No.
a matter of when.
No, not to the degree that we were. Our babies were fed to alligators here.
I know, horrible.
I know. And you got to pay for that.
I don't.
Read it again. Read it again. Read it again. Oh, actually, and before you read it, you're saying you refuse to go into slavery if it were to come to that, right?
I mean, I don't know how the choice is. When somebody's going to enslave me, I don't see it.
Well, are you going to oppose it? Please say yes, so I can read this to you.
Yes.
Go ahead, read it. 27. These are the words of Christ. No. This is Luke 19:27.
So Christ is black is what you're saying.
I didn't say that at all, but he is black.
Okay. Wait, so
Okay.
So Jesus is the devil.
No. White Jesus is the devil. And white Jesus ain't even Jesus. That's a man named Cesare Borgia,
Cesare Borgia.
the son of Alexander, the sixth pope of Rome. So he painted his son who died prematurely in the likeness of Christ, and then took him around the world saying, if you don't believe in this, I can burn you at the stake, or I can enslave you. Go ahead and read that in. You got it? And this is Cesare Borgia. Take a look at it.
We got a picture so I can see.
I can tell you how to spell it.
It's the book of Luke, chapter 19 and verse 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me.
No, give him a hug.
And slay them before me.
Tell him it's okay. Slavery was 500 years ago.
And slay them before me.
Those are the words of Christ.
So who's going to be partaking in enslaving me? Everyone who's not.
Give me Revelations 2 and 26. We're going back.
Man, you guys are good smart.
Yeah,
I'm
we
really
read it.
open-minded, so I really want to know like what everybody's perspectives.
This is the book of
I know dark
Revelation.
times are coming. I know that.
The book of Revelation, chapter 2 and verse 26.
Read up.
And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. And he shall rule with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers. even as I received of my father.
So those are the Israelites who endure unto the end, meaning they keep the commandments of God until the Messiah returns. They're going to be the ones who do the enslavement. Okay? Hopefully it's me. I'm just going to be real. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
So
The
what
fact that
kind
every 28 hours one of our people gets shot dead by these racist ass white police officers, or the fact that they're finding our people still in slavery all around America. Who picks all the fruit and the vegetables here in America again?
I'm not like it.
It's not, but it's a specific people, Mexican people. And what are Mexicans doing right now? They're being trapped in cages at the border. Y'all are building a wall to try to keep them out of a country that really belongs to them, to be quite frank. Can somebody give me a Numbers 35, 33?
But it's not. I would say it's just Mexico that is. This is a global invasion.
Invasion from who?
What do you mean?
Who's invading America from the southern border?
Oh, like over 100 countries.
No. There's a distinctive group of people who've been coming into the southern border for the last 50 years.
Okay, last 50 years.
Yeah. And they're,
Mexican something.
yeah, and they're all Israelites.
Really?
Yes. Peruvians, Brazilians. Look at the sign. Look at it. Go ahead and read it. Why is it?
I mean, I wish I had a better education, but you know that they do not teach history as it is.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 33.
Look it up.
So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
So in order to cleanse the earth itself, it's not just this land that's defiled. What's happening over on the west coast of Africa? Where were the slaves taken from? The west coast of Africa. You think we just got on the boat? We got slaughtered. Now I'm gonna show you something else, because you probably think that. Sure, what's up?
So there's, if I understand correctly, at least what I was taught was the total bullshit is that there was slave owners in Africa that would basically sell off the slaves.
I have a book.
I'm sure that we came in and just absolutely massacred. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on one second. I got a book for you. Got a book.
So what's going to cue this off?
I have mine right here.
Well, hold on. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Is it like an event or like a...
Well, World War III is going to come in, and the Messiah is going to return at the height of it.
Okay.
And that's when we're going to be gathered, the Israelites, and taken back to our land. Now, the tares are going to be gathered as well. You know the sower's parable in the Bible?
The what?
The sower's parable, where basically, so during slavery, what would happen is a lot of times the slave masters would rape our women and have children. So what you have now is you have a lot of people who look like me, but they're not from the fathers of my people. Those are what are called tares. So all the wheat and the tares are going to be gathered up, and the tares are going to be destroyed. So that means those who are trying to masquerade. Well, there's no such thing as so-called pure blood. You can't be anything but what your father is. Because think about it. If you have a daughter, then whose seed is she giving rise to? Whatever man impregnates her.
Yeah.
So the streams never cross. Remember Lazarus and the poor man? Okay.
I'm just giving,
No, you're fine.
I'm just like finding the word.
No, you're okay. You're okay. But the reason why I'm asking you that, because in that parable, the rich man was told essentially like, where Lazarus is, you can't go, and where Lazarus was, you couldn't go either, because you have two different destinies, because you're two different people. Okay. All right. But get that about him. Or I can get it. This one I got it right here. I got it. All right. Because you said essentially Africans enslaved Africa, right?
So I didn't not entirely. I'm sure we came in and absolutely just massacred and raided, but to some extent there was selling our own type of thing, right?
Let me read this. This is
Not justifying it.
this is the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary, right? This is the entry for Ham. I just want to show you what's there. I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
Right? Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. That's who sold us. The actual Africans.
Not the same
We were only on the west coast and the northern areas of Africa because after 70 AD, the Romans crushed our temple and drove us out of the land.
So we're all, humanity did not start in Africa, like we all came from Africa.
Somebody give me Romans 9. Yes, we did.
That's what Steve meant.
Yeah, because just because we all come from the same, say we all come from Adam. Somebody give me 2 Ezra 6 and 54. We got it. So even because we all come from Adam, God sees us different.
Okay.
So with that being said, God only has one chosen people, and that's the Israelites. Everyone else, I hate to say it to you like this, but in a sense I do like to say it, but the heathen are only created to serve the Israelites, and that's it, and that's according to the Bible. But there are ways that the Israelites are supposed to dictate themselves. Like, I can't just beat my slaves as I want to. I have to judge righteous judgment. That's why the saints shall judge the earth in righteousness. Go ahead and get that.
It's the book of 2 Ezra, chapter 6, and verse 54.
Bring it up.
And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and also the people whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sake. As for the other people, which also come from Adam, thou hast said, they are nothing.
They are what?
They
They
are
are
nothing.
One more time.
They
They
are
are
nothing,
nothing.
but be like unto spittle, and has likened them, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
So the Most High God is to see all people the same, only the Israelites, because again, He made all the other nations for the Israelites.
Right.
That's why salvation is not for everyone. Salvation is for God's children. Because what is salvation? That means to be saved, right? Well, that means you need to be saved from something. What does everybody else need to be saved from? God's people built their empires. All the empires of the world, we built them. For instance, you might be saying, well, you're saying you built the Chinese empire? Yes. You know who ruled before the current government in China? The Qing dynasty, Qing, that's the Manchurian people. They go back to the Negritos in Asia. They're my people. That's why today they treat them like trash.
Okay.
The indigenous Japanese, the Ainu, A-I-N-U, they're not even branded as human. And those who refuse to depart from their ways, they are segregated from the rest of Japanese society.
But aren't
Watch
all,
the camera.
aren't all non-Israelites technically not human or categorized?
That's the people over in Israel today. We don't say that.
Oh, okay.
Correct. We're not the same people.
Oh,
As a matter of fact, before we finish
okay.
this, give
This whole time
Revelation
I
20.
thought they all were one.
Correct. So let me
Oh.
let me clear up your question. It's in Romans. I'm sorry, Revelations 20.
It's the book of Revelation, chapter 2, and verse 9.
Bring it out.
I know thy works, and thy tribulation, and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews, and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
I have a question for you. If you were a real Israelite, when you do a circumcision, would you suck the baby's member to get rid of the blood? That's what they do over in Israel today.
Yeah, they do.
It's a Talmudic practice.
Yeah.
Ain't that satanic?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So those people are called the synagogue of Satan.
Okay. That's this whole time I kind of thought y'all were advocating for that. Okay.
Okay.
We really.
Okay.
So we're the real
So y'all,
Israelites.
y'all approve of what Israel is kind of doing?
I'm gonna be honest. Quite frankly, we don't care. It's not our fight.
Yeah.
Because does the land belong to Israel? No, because they're not the real Israelites.
Yeah.
Does it belong to the Palestinians? No, because they're not God's people.
Who does it belong to?
Us. You're looking at the real owners.
Okay, so there was people who moved into Israel or occupied Israel, kicked out, whoever, everyone who was there. So then, what makes y'all the real owners?
Because we are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, according to the prophecies of the Bible. And not to mention, it used to be common knowledge that we were the real Jews. So I want to read this to you. It's right here. You know where I'm going, Mr. Daniel of Nottingham? You know what I'm saying? I really need to. Can you hold it? Bible falling apart, man. I'm sorry, bro. But this is from a book called The Memoirs of the Secret Service of John Mackey. He was a spy in the court of the British, monarchy, right? and he was taking profiles of all the members. This is one of them. This is for Daniel, Earl of Nottingham, Secretary of State. And I'll read a brief description on who he is. Is the eldest son to Mr. Finch, Lord Chancellor in the reign of King Charles II. The gentleman never made any considerable figure till the Revolution, when he zealously opposed King William's coming to the throne, yet was made Secretary of State by that prince to oblige the church, of which he sets up for a mighty champion. I'm going to skip to his likeness. He hath also the exterior art of business and application enough to make him very capable, and his habit and manners very formal. A tall, thin, very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew, about 50 years old. It used to be common knowledge that the Jews were very black.
Really?
Yes. We're the original rulers of Europe as well. Yeah. Now, I won't go too far into it, but I got pictures to back up what I'm saying. Yeah, just put them right. I'm saying pictures in it, but it's got a picture on the front of it though, right? So art like that used to be all throughout
So
Europe.
were all the prophets in the Bible, were they all black as well?
Well, they were. See, you got to understand, black is not just so-called Negroes. Originally in the 1600s, all these people on this sign were called black. So blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, and of course the scattered Israelites around the earth. This just sets the main place where we're at.
So what's going to happen to Israel when this happens, this day?
Well, they're going to be destroyed first. That land's got to be cleansed.
Who's going to destroy it?
There are enemies around them.
There's a few of them.
Yeah, read Ezekiel 38, where it talks about Gog and Magog. And that land today is Russia.
Okay.
And it says that Russia's going to be a guard unto all the other nations. And they're going to come against Babylon, which is here, and her armies and her friends. So after this place is bombed and blown up, and all of America's allies, including current Israel, that's when the real fighting starts, when the Messiah returns, and we're going to be in our land ready to fight.
Okay. How many of you are you?
I can't tell you that. I'm getting agent vibes, huh?
Down the sands of the sea.
Yeah. How many babies do we abort a year, and yet we don't show any? Yeah, millions. And yet you don't notice any decline. That means there's a lot of us in our population. Our population. You don't see like, damn, I don't see any black people. No, you see plenty of black people. You see plenty of Mexicans, because we just popping out kids. Because what happened in Egypt, the more they afflicted us, the more we grew. You can't kill us because the Most High God has his hand on us. Because think of, yeah, that's right. That's where they got that from the Bible. That's why there's lead in our water, like Flint, Michigan. You know, they found out that's basically all over America, right? The lead in the water.
Oh, yeah, and that and
Sure. The shots, the fluoride in the water. Why do you think they've done all these things? You think it was to kill everybody?
everybody, the populace, but at large, I don't even know if there's a specific target, but the population of America. I know that there are a lot of people that take over down, but we've spent a century going around the world overthrowing regimes and doing big unspeakable things.
That's recent, though.
Yeah,
The reason why so like the fluoride in the water, for instance, is to create docility, to make you docile. What group of people are feared in America to the point where you have a government operation called COINTELPRO that was meant to infiltrate and cut off the possibility of a black messiah? I gave you the answer. Black people. The FBI did that. That's why people like Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Marcus Garvey, all these people were killed or exiled because that's part of COINTELPRO. That's part of COINTELPRO.
Is that an operation with the CIA?
Yeah, it's like an FBI.
Okay. Damn.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, go ahead, get it, man.
This is about your question, or how we were talking about people in Israel. That's not the real people, right? This is Christ's words. Luke chapter 21 and verse 22. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon the people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations.
Which nation?
Into all nations.
We are everywhere. And where we're at, we build up the nation.
and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
So in other words, there's going to be strangers occupying that land until the real Israelites get back. Somebody give me, what is it, Jeremiah 17:4. Give me that. Because when we're not in our land, then everybody assumes whoever's in the land is an Israeli or Israelite, right? But that's by demonym. An ethnonym is when you're named after your ethnic tribe. A demonym is when you're named after a land. So the people over there today call themselves Israeli in light of being born in the land. But we call ourselves Israelites in light of being descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Why the DNA testing is really
Correct. Correct. Because they know if they analyze those bones and compare themselves, they're not from there. Go ahead and get it.
Jeremiah 17, verse 4.
Look it up.
And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thy heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever.
That's why we're not in our land. We kept breaking God's laws. And you remember all those slaveries I just mentioned? Silk Road slavery, Sub-Saharan slavery, transatlantic slavery. But aren't blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who still smoking blunts, getting drunk, going to the strip club, doing everything God tells us not to do? That's why we're still in bondage.
all those are just tools pushed upon society to keep y'all down.
In a sense, yes. Because if you read the book of Judith, it's the heathen in the Bible know as long as we don't keep God's laws, they can take us down. Because think about it. I just want you to be honest. When it comes to the strongest and the fastest people on the planet, who are those people? Well, sign right here. They're all right there. The Cubans. Who's playing baseball in the MLB?
Yeah. So
The
yeah,
Dominicans, you see what I'm saying?
Playing basketball, playing baseball.
Yeah,
soccer.
we're just divided up, that's all. But here's the thing though. We're all one people. And we've departed from our heritage. Right? So as long as we're departed from our heritage, this is gonna be our lot. Our goal is to have enough of our people come back and keep the laws of God so that God can basically move prophecy along. Because we can see prophecy moving at a breakneck speed right now. All those UFOs that y'all are seeing, those are the chariots in the Bible.
Yeah.
And they're doing exactly what the Bible said they would be doing.
Chariots.
Chariots of the Lord. The ministers of flaming fire.
Drink every last drip of that cup.
The one I didn't put on my shirt. Yeah.
Be ready to drink the cup
Yeah.
of wrath of God.
It's called-
Drink
he's talking-
every last drop.
He's talking about something called the cup of trembling in Jeremiah 25. It's a cup of slavery that we had to drink. And after we get done with it, what you think gonna happen to that cup? We gonna give it to y'all to drink. Because how do you think heaven is gonna be built?
So if I understand your ancestors were wrongly enslaved by my ancestors.
No, we were rightly enslaved. Hold on. I just want to let you know. We were only enslaved because we couldn't keep God's commandments. And according to Deuteronomy 30, that's part of the prophecy. Go ahead and read that in Deuteronomy 30 from the top real quick. Because the thing I want you to know is everything that's happening, God has sanctioned all of it. Go ahead and get it.
It's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 1. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse.
What's the curse? Slavery's the curse. Well, one of them. Because if you read Deuteronomy 28, I recommend if you find in your spirit you think you might be an Israelite, you want to keep God's laws, read Deuteronomy 28. That's where you're going to start.
But I can't decide to become.
No, you can't. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter how you look. For instance, you think your father's a so-called white man, right? Where are y'all from? Y'all Irish, German? Polish? The original. Actually, this is a good opportunity to bring this out. Arnold Schwarzenegger. What's his last name? Schwartz means black. Negger means nigger. Black nigger. He's Austrian.
Right, I know he's Austrian.
But here's the thing. Our people were the original rulers of Poland and Austria.
Okay.
People like Augustus the Strong. That's our people. That's why I'm saying it's not how you look.
Okay, so with Russia coming in, what you just said about Russia, Vladimir has been making a lot of comments about wiping out this satanic rule that has been overtaking, that has overtaken the world. Yeah.
He knows Blake Griffin's father
see his son?
Yeah.
ERP. And he looked like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy.
Yeah.
But that's because his father's That's what matters. That's why you have this interest in this. I'm not going to tell you not to listen. Because you might be our people. I ain't even saying how you doing. But you might be our people. So, if you are our people, keep the laws of God. But if you're not, you know what's coming. Go ahead and read what you got.
My faith has been becoming stronger every single day for the last month. Not like to get personal things, but I know something is coming. I know it's really ugly, and I just
Trying to get closer to God. I get you.
Could be an Israelite.
Could be an Israelite. I'm going to tell you.
I feel it every day.
Keep the commandments. If you feel like you might be an Israelite in the spirit, keep the commandments. Somebody give me a 2nd Ezra 3 and 36. And get what you got.
Not if you weren't to do it anyways.
Yeah.
And the curse which I have set before thee, and said, Thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee.
Yeah, keep it.
And shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart and with all thy soul.
Where's that with the blessing and the curse? Is that 32? Deuteronomy 32?
That was what I was
Shall come upon the blessings and the curse. You read that? I guess I blanked out.
I'll read
Reread
it. It's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 30 from the top. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee.
So, we're scattered to all nations on the planet. Like I said, we're not in our land anymore. So, that was part of the prophecy. So, we will be scattered to all the lands in our enemy's possession, and we will remember, oh, we're the Israelites. And we will return unto our God and start keeping his commandments. And then when that happens, the Most High God will then turn our captivity, meaning he would take us out of bondage and bring us home and restore us. That's what salvation is. That's right. And not just the land. He's going to restore us as literal physical people. Because the way you see us today, we're not fit to be gods. Gods don't look up to their oppressor. Gods look down on their servants. That's why when you read the account of Yahushai, which is Christ's real name, when you read his account in 2nd Ezra 2, he stands above all the Israelites. We don't even know what that looks like. He could be 30 feet tall for all we know. But we know whatever he looks like, he's going to be taller than him. He's going to set crowns on the righteous Israelites' heads.
Really?
Yeah, it's all in there.
Really?
It's all in
So
there.
let me ask you this. So I forget what verse in the Bible where they talk about however 20 million something are going to invade Israel, and that's going to be like the fall of Israel. You know what I'm talking about?
No, because the thing is that the land is going to be destroyed before the Battle of Armageddon. That might be what you're trying to talk about.
Yeah, that might be.
Yeah. The Battle of Armageddon is going to happen after Israel's been destroyed.
Okay. And it's going to be destroyed by all of your people, or like I know
We're not going to destroy Israel. So Russia and her allies are going to destroy Israel. And who's Russia's ally should be your next question. Well, Iran, Libya, Ethiopia, and guess what Ezekiel 38 says as far as their allies? Ethiopia, Libya, all the same nations that you just listed. Persia is what is Iran and Iraq.
every single
Well, yes. Got to pay for your crimes, man. But here's the thing, though. You should be hoping you're not an Israelite. This brother's about to read something to you. 2nd Ezra 3 and 36.
Second Ezra 3, verse 36.
Look it up.
However, thou shalt find certain people in Israel who have kept thy
Wow, that's different than your Bible. Read anyway. Shit.
who have kept thy commandments, but thou shalt not find any among the heathen.
Read that in yours. Yeah, that reads way different. That's KJV, right? Read it in yours. You'll see what we're talking about. Is it? Yeah, I had to leave my Bible. You get that.
Oh, he always
Yeah, so I'll do it. This is the church, man.
Yeah.
This is it right here.
Second Ezra chapter 3 and verse 36. Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy commandments, but not the heathen.
It's different in your Bible.
Wow.
Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen.
I heard
That's
that one.
different in 3 different
I've
Bibles.
only heard this.
But they all on the KJV.
Yeah.
Hey, that's crazy, man.
There's multiple KJVs.
Yeah. But that would be the NKJV, is what you're talking about.
1611, then there's just a regular KJV.
So all three of them,
But that don't have
all
the
three of the
second-
variations of 16 mean the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
come
come
from the same manuscript.
Yeah.
So that's strange.
But if you find that you're compelled to keep the commandments, for instance, we're going to give you one before you leave. It's going to be the one for these.
Okay.
So it's fringes.
I love that.
So I'm going to tell you, man, most camps like this is called a camp. They don't come at y'all like this. I actually know a little bit more than most brothers about the scattered tribes around the earth. So I don't care what you look like, because I know our people can look like anything. I'm going to try your spirit, because if you don't want to keep the least of the commandments, you ain't going to keep the greatest of the commandments. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Correct. So it's one of those things where if we give you a little bit, and you do it, right? Go ahead and get it.
It's the book of Romans chapter 8 and verse 16. The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God.
So it's bearing witness of the Spirit. What are the acts of the Spirit? Keeping the commandments. Right? So again, we read this commandment to you, and you go, you know what? I ain't got to do that. Chances are you're not Israel. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of our people say that. We had one of our own people say he's going to willingly eat pork. He's going to willingly eat pork. He's going to eat pork on purpose, knowing that it's a sin, according to Leviticus 11. Go ahead and read it again. Oh, are you going to the prisons? No, you're talking about Numbers 15, 13. You got the numbers.
It's a sin before.
It is.
Leviticus 11 and 7.
Come here, Bubsy. We're gonna go, buddy. Don't worry.
Numbers chapter 15, verse 38.
Bring it on.
Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue.
Hence why we wear the ribbon of blue with the tassels. Tassels can be any color you want.
I love this stuff. But so what do they mean?
It reminds us to keep the commandments.
Go on, continue that.
Yeah, keep it.
And then verse 39. It shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, and that you seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you used to go a-whoring.
So it's to remind us to not break the commandments. Because our people are easily led and easily seduced. So when you have these on, you're supposed to go, wait, I have on the fringes, I'm supposed to keep the commandments. Okay, cool, I'm not going to do that. It's a reminder. So now that you know that, if you're an Israelite, it shouldn't be anything to get some fringes. I'm going to tell you, if you come back up here with fringes, I'll be more inclined to talk to you. Because I'm going to tell you, man, we're looking forward to enslaving our enemies. Being nice like this, I'm going to tell you, man, you caught us in a very opportune time because ain't nobody here.
He's not like this.
I'm not like this very often.
You mean like you're right now, you're up a notch or down a notch?
Oh, no, he's being real nice.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Very, very.
man, you're excited. Oh,
You should see me when I'm passionate.
right now,
Yeah, that's why everybody laughing because they
you
know
have
how
like
bad
a,
it
you
gets.
got like an Instagram or YouTube channel or
No, just come back here. We show up here every Saturday at 2 p.m.
every Saturday at 2 p.m.?
Every
I
Saturday.
come rollerblade here with my buddies on these rails right here, actually.
Okay.
So, is it Saturday at 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all are really interesting. I know. You know, I've been lied to my whole fucking life now, so.
You just said something, Jeremiah 19:16. Go ahead and get that real quick. You're going to see. See, if you walk away from us having more faith, you might be an Israelite.
I
So-
promise I'm going to. You guys believe y'all are saying more so than any other.
Yeah, we actually read the Bible and we try to do what it says.
Hey, come here, buddy. Ollie.
I have the 16:19. I always flip it up. So it says, hey.
did y'all find each other?
Through this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you, those type of questions make me think you an agent.
Adrian?
How'd y'all find each other? Why is that of any importance when you might be learning how to serve God for the first time in your life? Why is that important?
Well, I was just curious if you guys don't have a church or like.
I know.
And this is the first time I've heard of anything.
Yahweh will be working. So Yahweh will be working.
That's the name of God. Yahweh.
Yeah.
Yahweh.
Yeah.
Yahweh. Yahweh.
Jeremiah 16, verse 19. O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction, the Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit.
So it's not just us who've been lied to. You've been lied to as well. Because your people believe, or well, I don't keep saying your people if you might be in Israel. So-called white people believe that they were the original rulers of Europe. They believe that blacks sold blacks into slavery. They believe that's Christ. That shit, how could I miss that one? You see what I'm saying? So we're not the only ones who've been lied to. Everyone's been lied to. You know what I'm saying? If you call yourself American, you've been lied to. Because everybody's an immigrant here, right? So how is anybody American? When that's the name of an Italian navigator named Amerigo Vespucci. The lies run deep, man. What's your name, man? Kirby? I'm Haya L, man. Haya L, like Haya and L. Yeah, yeah. Means lively power. Lively power. My middle name is Justin. Lively power of justice. Damn. Yeah, it's a cool ass name. I love telling people that's my name. Shit is no deep. I like it.
That's hard.
But hey, man, we about to wrap up. Again, we're here every Saturday at 2.
You guys hang out for a minute.
We try to. As long as there's people here, we're here to teach.
So what is an agent? I'm just curious.
Well, somebody who's trying to gather information and take it back to the authorities, because they actually have us on the
Authorities like CIA authority, like
anything. Yeah, they have us on the terrorist watch list. We ain't hurt
Yo,
soul.
no shit.
Yeah, never bombed a church, never shot anybody, never stole a damn thing. It's because we're trying to take our heritage back. Because if we are the real Jews, then what happens to the people who are claiming to be Jews and are not? Well, they get exposed. Yeah. And then their claim to the land is now what? Illegitimized. And what are all their enemies going to do? Try to get them out of the land, like they're trying to right now. Did you know the leadership in Israel are saying the biggest threat to Israel today are young black men?
What?
Yes. Because we're doing this.
We just spent 20 years in the Middle East destroying every threat to Israel, but none of those were black people. Well, I take that back, but I thought it was like more than
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, but here's the thing though, like the killings and the bombings and things of that nature, y'all gotta pay for that too, or the people there have to pay for that too, right? So, but you gotta remember, no one's innocent in that region. Because the Most High God, He remembers everything as if it happened yesterday. Because a day to the Most High God is 1,000 years to us. So the Silk Road slave trade only ended in about the 1600s. That was the Asians' involvement in trading Negroes all throughout Asia as slaves. The sub-Saharan slave trade didn't end until I think like the 1500s, where we were essentially in the middle of the desert digging for water. That's why, you know, when you look at an African map, you have greenery along the periphery of Africa, but smack dab in the middle, there's no water. That's why nothing grows, because we were finding water and they used all that water up over the course of hundreds of years. It's called the Garamantes, I believe. I always say it wrong, but you can look up Garamantes and slavery, and you can see the sub-Saharan slave trade and the victims and what they were doing in the desert. But God has to punish all these people who did things to His children.
I was just gonna say, like, kind of answer the question in a different way as well. Israel is not worried about Syria and Palestine and Gaza. They're not worried about Hezbollah. They have, they're backed by America. They're backed by the West. They're not militarily. Israel is not stressing about it. But psychologically, we're bringing the truth out. That's the real threat to their nation. The true threat to their nation is the truth being exposed. Right? So militarily, like that was where you took it, right? The physical, oh well, I would think it's the Arabs that surround them that are trying to kill them. Like, no, they're not worried about that. They're winning. worried about what's going on in the physical. They got
It's the
they get
worldwide
banned out.
exposure of
Exactly.
their
The truth is the truth.
deception and
Wickedness. That's the term we want.
wicked, like, perfect state.
Yeah. Sinful nature.
Every Saturday, 2 o'clock.
Saturday at 2, man.
What version of the Bible do you suggest you would like to know?
We like the KJV, but we will read any version because we go back to the original text.
The
So-
Old Testament?
Well, no, like the New Testament's written in Greek,
Yeah.
which would be the Greek Septuagint, and then you have the Dead Sea Scrolls that have the Hebrew for the Old Testament.
The Dead Sea Scrolls.
So we'll go back to the original if people are quibbling about, oh, it don't mean this or this. Like, okay, fine, we'll go back to the original so you can stop belly aching and we can move forward. Because there are people, we actually had a dude, a gay furry came up in a full Anubis costume, and he was quibbling about the Tetragrammaton in the Bible. Oh yeah, it was insane. And I had to talk to this dude like he wasn't in a full furry suit. It was
How do you
insane.
have that conversation? Gosh. Yo.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you come to do the work of the Lord, you see people with spirits on. Because remember, what did Christ say? He said basically a physician, he dwells with the sick because they need a doctor. Doctors don't go to people who are well because you're useless there. So we dwell amongst the sick. Our people are wayward, they're lost. So God sends us out to the places of concourse to bring them back in and let them know who they are and give them their assignment papers. Hey, you're an Israelite, keep God's commandments. Back to your people. Some of our people gonna come back looking just like you.
Some of our people are in other nations too.
Yeah, we're everywhere, man. I had a person and I wish I could have seen him again. I think I saw him once and I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But he said he was from the Hmong people over in China. Now, there are people who've been basically enslaved, abused. They're one of the marginalized, what's it called? Marginalized, what are we called here? Minorities, marginalized minorities, right? The reason why I have difficulty conceptualizing that we're the minorities is because if you add all these people up, we outnumber everybody many times over. So we are not minorities, right? But he was part of the Hmong people, and they might go back to our people. And that was a mistake that I did from the beginning for myself, preaching God's word and being our people. That's why you standing here and you just sat here cordially. A lot of times when we have heathen come up and they take issue with what we say, they come up in the spirit of, hey, you listen to me, boy.
Not bad.
That's good. But you know how to differentiate yourself as an Israelite. Keep the commandments, and there's 613 of them.
613.
Yes, sir.
And they're all scattered all throughout the Bible.
Oh, no, they're just in the first 5 books.
That's the first side.
Now, that should make you start to think. If all the commandments are in the Torah, why don't the people in Israel today keep any of them?
They don't need it.
No, they don't. Most of them are secular.
They're just associated amongst the
Well, no. So the real Jews in Israel were really kept in the area called Demona. And they were Negroes from America who moved back because they realized they were Israelites. But the Bible tells us to not do that. We're not supposed to be in the land until the Messiah puts us there. It's not up. Yeah, it's not up to us to go back and restore the land. Because when you read about medieval history, you'll see that for some reason the British, Scottish, Irish, all of them were trying to. You remember the Crusades? The Battle of 1066, all that. They were trying to retake the Holy Land. Why were they trying to do that? Because they were Israelites trying to retake the land by force. When God told us, you're not going to retake the land. I'm going to put you back in that land. And that's why the Muslims kicked our ass and they kicked us out the land. And then the white man started pushing us west until he took over Europe. That's why the original Irish, Scots, Welsh, French, Brits, all these people were once black, but now white. And you call them Scottish, Irish.
How did they become that?
Well, if you drive the people out, whoever's left.
But if everyone started black, right? Did everyone's humanity started black?
Mainly so. But you got to remember, have you read about the account of Jacob and Esau in Genesis? Okay, so when you read about Jacob and Esau, you're going to see that Esau is born and he's red all over like a hairy garment. And 2 nations were in the womb, right, of Rebekah. When she gave birth to those kids, they had been fighting in her womb. who are the, out of all the people on the planet, who fight each other and hate each other more than any other two groups on the planet?
White and black.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought Asian hated Asian a lot.
They do. I used to have a Korean friend. She talks to me shit about Japanese people. It's crazy.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, it was
White,
exact.
black. So, can I ask what y'all's, I think obviously our political leaders is absolutely fucked and believe that the world is in the state that it's in.
Give me Proverbs 4.
Do y'all have any like preference on like who would become president, or
Get that in Deuteronomy where we only elect our own people. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
or is it like it doesn't matter because prophecies take particular things?
The latter more so, but we're not supposed to vote except for it if it's our people. So I'm not supposed to go and look to, say, a Japanese man and go, please, Mr. Japanese man, plead the cause of my community and do things for us. Because what happens when somebody finally gets in power? They do things for their own people. What do we do?
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15.
Get out.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
So we're not supposed to be setting anybody from another nation over us. Get that in Proverbs 21, and I'll show you something.
Is there a, can I like watch y'all like post these anywhere that I can
Yeah, it's on the
watch?
fly.
Okay.
It's on the fly. Yeah, everything is on there, man.
Proverbs 21:1.
Yes, sir.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 21 and verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. As the rivers of water, he turneth it whithersoever he will.
So people think that, you know, kings and emperors get elected and they just do what they want to do. That's not true. God is the one who's molding your thoughts. When you sleep, you ever wonder why you dream when you sleep? It's in the book of Job. God seals instructions in you when you go to sleep. The way of man is not in himself. It says that in Proverbs 28:24. Yeah, there's no free will. I was an atheist before I woke up to who I was. I was an atheist, mushroom eating, weed smoking, DMT smoking dude. That's all I used to do was drug. But I only left the church and became all those things because I thought I was a nigga. And once I learned I was an Israelite, it was easy for me to throw that shit away. But that's because God said, hey, wake up. This one wake up. This one wake up. And then before I knew it, I had brothers around me doing it. Go ahead and get it, man.
The book of Job, chapter 33 and verse 15.
Get out.
In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon man, and slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of man, and sealeth their instruction.
So there is no free will. Everybody is doing exactly what God wants them to do. And there's something in the Bible called regeneration. I want to ask you, who does this individual look like? I mean, modern day. Who does he look like today? He looks like your next president, Donald Trump. That's Nero. Did you know he managed Rome as it burned and it was destroyed? What's Trump about to manage? America as it burned and it's destroyed. Through regeneration, you literally come back. I'm gonna tell you, I think they believe that they can bring America back one way or another, even if it means laying low for a while. Because the Bible says that essentially our enemies believe that their generations and their kingdoms will continue forever. See, they don't attribute the Most High God to the destruction of their kingdom. They're thinking it's only on their own actions, whether they're strong or they're weak. If they're strong enough, they can survive. If they're weak enough, they'll perish. But that's not the case. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If God says your kingdom is at an end, it's at an end. You're going to read about the Assyrians in the Bible if you study long enough. And what you'll see is they were coming against the southern kingdom because they had taken the northern kingdom into slavery. And right as they were at our gates, God sent one angel and killed 185,000 of them in one night. And kept us safe.
When was that?
That was in the time of Sennacherib. It's in the, I believe you can find it in what? Kings and Chronicles. You got better knowledge than me, man. You young.
One more time. It's in second.
No, but it's a little heavy. You'll get into it. Focus on the basics for now. Because you have that one commandment. Do that first. Keep the commandments. Somebody give me a Wisdom of Solomon 7. And then, let me get my Bible, man, because I hate it.
Free will precept.
Okay, yeah, hold on. I'm coming. Right. There's something I want you to see in relation to when you serve God. I believe it's Wisdom of Solomon. That's why when I be seeing a blank Bible, man, I be like, no. Actually, no. It's 7 and 28. Yeah.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 28. For God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom.
And all wisdom comes from the Most High God. It's wisdom right here. So God he ain't feeling you like that. If you read his wisdom, you just go, I don't need that. I don't have to keep his commandments. And that's as an Israelite. Can you imagine as a heathen, you laughing at God, laughing at his people? When that judgment finally comes, God's gonna be like, hey, get that one. Make sure you get that one.
So what about the people that are born and don't know, have never heard the word, they don't know anything about religion, they don't know anything about anything, what's their thing?
Well, for the most part, once we're raised up, we're going to be going to them in the islands, the places that are spread afar off, where the word hasn't gotten to. But according to the prophecies of Yahushua, this word is basically all over the world, because where's the internet at? All over the earth.
I'm talking about like Africa, like places where.
Yeah, we in Africa. We have brothers in Africa letting our people know, like in Uganda, South Africa, all over Africa. We're waking up all over the world. There's brothers in Germany, in the Netherlands. We're everywhere, brother.
And there's also forces that are trying to stop y'all from going and spreading.
Sure. Like so, but here's the thing though. For the most part, the Most High is letting this word go out, and no one's bothering. Because can you give me the famine of the word in Amos 8? Because what you're really talking about is something called the famine of the word. That's going to be the time in which we're persecuted, and people like us can no longer be out here. Because it's going to be literally at the peril of your life to even be found with a Bible. Give me First Maccabees, I believe it's chapter.
It's the book of Amos, chapter 8 and verse 11. Behold, the day is come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor of thirst for water, but of hearing of the word of the Lord. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east, and they shall run to and fro to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it.
Start at 56. Yeah, start at 56. But you see here that, read again.
Behold, the day is come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor of thirst for water, but of hearing of the word of the Lord.
Okay, that's an accurate. So this is talking about the famine of the word. The Most High God is going to say, okay, that's enough. The gospel has spread where it needs to go. Let's go ahead and make sure that we call off all the teachers, right? And he's going to basically call us off by sending people to persecute. And we as the men of God, we already know what time we're in. Because a wise man, when he sees persecution coming, what do you do if you see a train coming and it's coming right for you? What do? You get out the way. We know what's coming. And when persecution has arrived, we're going to be out the way. So you're not going to be out here. We're not going to be out here. 1 in 60. Yeah. Shit. Give me 2nd Ezra 16. And for us, it's going to be terrible. But this is how you're going to know if you're chosen or not. Well, because even if we get out the way, you got to remember, with the truth being exposed, they're going to throw off all the appearances of, oh, I'm just persecuting you because you're black or you're Mexican. No, it's going to be because you're Israelite. It's going to become about persecuting God's children. It's what it's always been about. But there's a covering cast, a veil, where people believe, oh, you white people just hate black people because they're black and white. That's not why they hate each other. It goes all the way back to Jacob and Esau.
Right.
The blessing of the kingdom of heaven that Jacob inherited from Isaac. You're going to read about Jacob and Esau. Esau sells his birthright, the kingdom of heaven, for a bowl of soup.
You say he sold his what for gold?
His birthright. Because Esau is the firstborn son. They're twins. They're fraternal twins. You know, the first one that comes out is the oldest. So the oldest child is always supposed to get a double portion. Right? So he was given the birthright, or basically the kingdom of heaven, by birth. But because he sold it for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was foretold by the Most High, he's not no longer the recipient of the birthright. We are. That's why it went through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not Abraham, Isaac. Go ahead and get that.
First Maccabees 1, verse 60. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised. And they hanged the infants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit, many in Israel were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing. Wherefore, rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meats, and that might not profane the holy covenant. So then they died. And there was very great wrath upon Israel.
So you saw our children, they were hanged by their necks. They burnt the book of the law. You got to remember, those are all the persecutions that we already suffered here in America. Are you familiar with something called the slave Bible? They took about 70% of the Bible out of it, and they gave it back to us. Things like slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones, were left. The whole account of Moses leading the Israelites out of slavery was gone. They removed a whole bunch because they understood that we were the Israelites, and this was the book to wake us up. So they've already tried burning the books of the law. If you read into the Apocrypha, 2nd Ezra and 5 scholars had to rewrite the Bible because the heathen burned all of it. So burning it doesn't work. So if burning it don't work, then why not try to mold it so you can use it as a weapon against the people who believe it? And that's what was the latest version of burning the Bible. And they're going to see that doesn't work either because obviously we're out here, we know who we are. So it's going to go back to the drawing board, and they're going to come up with, well, fuck it, let's just persecute. Kill them, burn it, kill their babies, all that shit. Are you familiar with the Noahide laws? The fake Jew has I'm trying not to say stuff for YouTube, so they'll take the fucking video down. But the people over in Israel today, Jewish people, they set up something in America called Noahide laws. And if you believe in anything other than their religious doctrine, you will have your head chopped off. As a matter of fact, but here's the thing. One of the things, give me a 1 Thessalonians 5 and 21. Whenever anybody tells you anything about the Bible, your immediate response should be prove it. Prove it. Do not just believe it. When people say Christ loves everybody, where is that in the Bible? It's nowhere in the Bible. Because Christ only said he was sent for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's in Matthew 15:24. So if Christ is saying out of his own mouth he only loves the Israelites, then what's your pastor doing telling you that he loves everybody? Because he ain't proving it. See? Prove it.
The book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21.
Yeah.
Prove all things. Hold fast to that which is good.
See, you gotta prove it.
So the state of Israel, that was recent-ish within the last couple of years. Before that, where was Israel? Where
You mean the country or the people?
I guess the people and then Israel came back to where they went. But
Declaration went into place in 1948. Right? The British and the Americans took exactly. They created the state of Israel and imported the people who were calling themselves Jews at that time. Right? Because we weren't calling ourselves Jews though. They were already, when they kicked us out of the land, they were already seeping into our culture and they just pushed us out.
Correct. Their nickname used to be the Name Stealers. They're the descendants of the Khazarians. Can you look up the Khazarian trident for me real quick? As a matter of fact, look up the Khazarian. It's Targum. T-A-R-G-M. Yeah, Targum. But he's already got a picture. I just want to make sure you got that search term because I put it in the chat. Yes, that's perfect. It has the sigil of Molech. Thank you. So, when you look at the Ukrainian army, one of the symbols that they wear is that trident. But it goes back to the Khazarians. The Khazarians are literally the Khazars. Yeah, they're in Ukraine, the Caucasus Mountains, and Georgia, Russia. The very same area that Ukrainians occupy today is Khazarian. That's why now you have Russia talking about the Khazarian mafia that is taking control of Ukraine. Because most people don't even know. Zelensky and all of his guilt, they were imposed and are basically, they were installed.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, the Khazarian, or not Khazarian, but the Ukrainian coup that took place.
Yeah, well,
Correct. So it's very recent. And wouldn't you know, Zelensky is a so-called Jewish man. But he's straight up. Yeah, he's an Ashkenazi Jew. Yeah. Yes. So is the woman who leads in Mexico right now. She's an Ashkenazi. Who do you think killed all them people too? She did. All her cohorts. Because one of the methodologies of the so-called Khazarians was, say I was fighting a war and I enlisted the Khazarian army to help me. They would mandate an agreement, and that agreement is, I'll help you fight, but after we win, I get to rape and pillage according to my design. You have no input. So if I say, hey, don't kill them children, and you want to kill kids, you a Khazarian, you're like, nah, man, you already agreed. Their name was literally called the Name Stealers. Anybody who went through their land, they would befriend you, learn everything they could about you, learn all your business, and then kill you. And then go to the other end of your business, impose as you, and make the deal.
Why? You got to think about why. You're asking a good question, but the better question is why are they because the name stealers, because they seep into cultures and destroy them, right? And exactly, you see it throughout history, and people they'll bring up and say, oh, like this is a claim to them being the real people, or because everybody hates them. Right? Nah, everybody hates you because of what you do. Exactly. It makes perfect sense.
So like one of the aspects of American history that people don't know, that slavery was a business venture. With every business venture, don't you need startup capital? Where'd that capital come from? Came from the Name Stealers. They were the underwriters of the boats.
I did know there recently that the main traders.
Correct. And slave owners were so-called Jewish people. That's why all these institutions are run by so-called Jews, and they're filthy rich. All the banks here in America, where do you think they got their startup capital from? Slavery. The stock market. It's in the name. The first traded, basically, like the first item for mass trade here in America that generated lots of wealth were slaves. It was us. We were the commodity on the stock market that generated trillions of dollars. And then you throw in about $4 to $5 trillion worth of free labor, you got yourself an empire. Tell them, man.
And they still in there.
Yeah, and they're still in debt. That goes to show they wasted it. Can you imagine somebody gives you $4 trillion and says, hey man, sky's the limit, good luck. And you show up with your fucking pockets turned out going, I don't know what happened.
Oh, and everybody.
Yeah, and not only you lost the money, oh, I have a bill that you need to pay. I ain't got no more money. The person who underwrote you, they're gonna be like, yo, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. So imagine now that tab is in human blood. And it's gotta be paid. That's where we're coming from. Now, this is to my camera, if you can scoot to the side for just a second. Yeah, you good? This is to my camera. To the people who think it's about hate, it's not about hate, it's about justice. It's called justice. Because I can't love the people who've raped and murdered my people and they haven't paid their debt back. I can't love them people yet. I tell white folks all the time, I'll dap you up, I'll give you a hug, I'll even pat you on the back after you pick my cotton for 1,000 years. After you warm my bed up and you take every order from me and I get to sell your son to other plantations. I get to work you to death in my fields for 1,000 years because you got to pay double according to the Bible. After all that, hey, we're square. I ain't got no skin in the game anymore.
So what about everyone who was opposed to slavery all the whole time?
Well, the Most High God shows mercy on whom He deems fit. So, like, you know how, like, there are black people who are in government today and they'll operate against their own people? We call them coons.
Yeah.
There will be coons in the kingdom. I can't wait to see my first Edomite coon. First white man. Like, Edomites are white people, so-called. Our so-called Japanese people are Ammonites. Chinese people are Moabites. All these people we can prove it with archaeology, history, all those things. That's why we're not just putting titles on people. We can take you back to the pottery, the artwork, different kings, different names of cities. Like in Mexico, they have in the province of Puebla, they have a city called Isucar de Matamoros. Isucar is on this sign as Issachar. Mexicans are from the tribe of Issachar. They know who they are. We're not just throwing things out. There's something called the Moabite stone. And it was found with the Chinese. Why? Because they're the Moabites.
They know who they are.
The Arabs even admit that they're from the seed of Ishmael. They don't even lie about it. As a matter of fact, they're proud of it because they say Muhammad was from the tribe of Ishmael. But they try to hijack the Bible by saying that Muhammad was God's final prophet, when the Bible says that the prophethood was given to the Israelites and no one else.
Hold on, the Quran say that too.
And the Quran says it as well. They don't even read their own book. They're too busy trying to steal our shit. Now you're seeing what happens when you actually know a little bit about history. And you know who God's people are and why they're God's people. Then you look at the claims of everybody else and they're preposterous. It's enough to make you angry. Search out your fathers, man. The fact that you've stood here this whole time and you feel like your knowledge and your faith is increasing, I'd say really look into it, man. Now, I'm going to be real. If you want to keep learning, come back here and just sit on the side and take it in. I don't mind teaching, right? Other brothers, they ain't going to do that, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real with you. And I say this to my camera. There's a price for you going to have children with the other nations. There's a price. Because you become culturally incompatible with your people. Because who teaches the children when they're at their youngest? The mother. If the mother's of another nation, then that child's not going to know how to be amongst their own people. And that's a common issue with our people who are so-called mixed. They feel like they don't fit. But it's because they don't know that you are who your father is. And they take after the ways of their mother.
Come. And to add to that point, right? Mixing with the other nations, like most high willing, maybe you are an Israelite, right? But you come out looking like you're not, and that causes confusion, right? So then it's like he's saying, like some brothers, they'll see you and they won't even talk to you. They won't even go out of their way to have the conversation because of how you look, right? And you know, like
What if they don't look like? How would they know?
that's what I'm saying. That's why it's wicked to be messing with these other nations because, like I said, most high willing, say your great-great-grandfather was a Negro, and he mixed with a white woman, and then they had a son, he mixed with a white woman, so on and so forth. Now you look like this, but you are an Israelite, and now you're getting looked past because you look like an enemy. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a diss to you because you can't do nothing about how you look, right? But objectively, we know who our enemy is, right? And if if I know who my enemy is and I know what they look like, if I see what looks like my enemy, I'm gonna approach it as if it's my enemy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if you're undercover, not my enemy, you know what I'm saying? Then how would I know that?
I'll put it.
Outside of this spirit.
I'm gonna put it in a way that my viewers, all few of you, will be able to get right. Right? Say you had a snake that was sitting here, and it has a rattle on it. You get close to it, it rattles. It stands up like it's gonna bite you, but it's a water snake and it has no fangs. How do you figure that out? It's all the behaviors of a rattlesnake. None of the bite, none of the venom.
How do I figure that
Yeah,
out?
how do you know the difference? And say I put a real rattlesnake next to it. They're both acting the same. And I told you, you got to choose the one that won't bite you.
Well, they look different for one.
No. They both got a rattle. They both look the same.
Okay, then. I mean, you said one has fangs, one doesn't?
Well, can you see the fangs? That's what you would look for, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for your fringes. I'm looking for you not shaving your beard. I'm looking for you keeping the commandments. That's the absence of the fangs. Now you get it.
On the inside.
It's the spirit. You're trying the spirit. That's how you're going to know the difference, because there are many people who look like me, and they're not Israelites.
Bob Marley. Bob
Yes.
Marley is a perfect example. His dad is full-blown white.
Yeah, Kamala Harris. Her father isn't Jamaican. Her father's an East Indian. Yeah, East Indian. Isn't her mother? It's one of them is Irish, but the other one is East Indian. But she's not our people. She descends from slave owners in Jamaica.
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama, he's from Kenya. He ain't our people. Now you're starting to see, if you don't know who people are according to the Bible, they can tell you that they're anybody.
Yeah.
Christians put more of an emphasis on the color than we do, really.
Correct.
To cause confusion.
I don't mean to buff you.
No, you can.
This is real insightful, and y'all can see me.
Kirby, it's been a pleasure, man.
My name is
Haya El. Just say Haya and then El.
Haya El.
Asa Allah.
Ata Allah Haya
Haya El.
El
Aman.
Aman.
McCullough.
Caliph.
McCullough.
McCullough.
McCullough. Kirby?
Nice to meet you all. Hey, I appreciate this. This is really insightful.
You're going to learn more talking to us than in any church. And I don't even say that like, oh, we know so much. They don't know shit in the church, man. And as a matter of fact, before you go, we're going to prove it. Get Acts 7:48, and you get Acts 17:24.
We're going, buddy.
Because our people learn so slow, God had to tell us twice. Because we keep running back to these churches, and they don't teach us nothing. Ain't there a church on every block in the hood? Yeah. And where do most of the murders go down? In the hood.
Right next to the
Right
church.
in front. And some of the time, at the church doorstep. There was a murder that took place a number of years ago. Brothers trying to get in the church. Trying to flee, people trying to kill him. They shot him on the fucking porch of the church. The church is a wicked. Where do all the children get raped at in the Catholic Church? In the church. Go ahead and get it, man.
The book of Acts, chapter 7 and verse 48. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet.
So you got one instance of our people acknowledging that God doesn't dwell in temples made with hands, because the Israelite bodies are his temples. We are the temples of God. That's why if anybody defiles the temple of God, God will destroy them. Well, we're the temples, and we got defiled here. So God has some business to do. Go ahead and get that.
It's Acts 17, verse 24.
Get up.
God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is the Lord of heaven and earth, dwelleth not in temples made with hands.
Has to tell us twice.
So one last question. UFOs and stuff. That's not our government.
Some of the drones are human-made because they have to cut the edge off of an invasion. They have to make people feel like, oh no, it's us. Yeah, don't be alarmed. It's people. Even if it's a Chinese man or a Pakistani man who launched it, it's still people. But if it's God and his angels, that's a whole new category of panic.
Yeah.
Look at whenever you have a chance. Look at the UFOs at the International Space Station. They record fleets flying through space. They saw one that was 3 times the size of the Earth, and they recorded it for about 2 minutes before they cut the feed. They see it all the time. The ISS station, the International Space Station. You can look up on YouTube. Just put ISS UFOs. And this is to my camera. All you need is the audio because you can't see nothing. That glare is killing us. But one of the things that you have to understand is no one is going to tell you the truth about what's going on this earth, because it does not serve the powers who are in charge right now to tell the truth. Because who's saying that God runs the earth right now in terms of all the governments? No one. Everybody's thinking that they run the government. They run the earth. But we read in Proverbs 21:1 that the king's heart is in the Lord's hand, and like the rivers of water, he turneth it whithersoever he will. God run this shit. But they don't think so. They're playing God. There you go. So they got to be brought down. And that's what's going to happen when them chariots finally get in order. Because you got to remember, their order is really to destroy this place and to save the elect. So they can't just destroy this place while we're in it. And all of the Israelites are not going to be saved. 2/3 of our own people are going to get destroyed because they refuse to come back and keep God's laws. But I see it. My dog used to be the same way, man. I'm going to let you get up out of here. But we'll be here, man. Of course, man. All right, man. Kirby, be safe out here, man. Stay warm. This is to my camera. This is why you got to research history, y'all. You're not supposed to be ignorant of any little matter. It's not saying you got to have a PhD, but don't be retarded. Niggas be straight up green, man. Don't know nothing about nothing. And Christians walk up and just confound you. If you have a healthy interest in knowledge in general, you will not be confounded. I promise you, God will not let you get confounded out here. The heaviest demons I've ever dealt with, God waited until I was ready. And I was out here by myself. So I was out here on literally like a video game. I'm level 1. And you have like a bum with you know, basically a broken beer bottle. That's his only weapon. And I'm supposed to be getting like geared up to be a fisherman of God. So that's easy work. But what if a man with a PhD or vocab Malone come over here and I just started? That's enough to boot me out the truth. So the Most High God, he makes sure that nothing heavier than you can bear comes your way. Right. That's why I try to tell people, man, whether you got to go out 10 deep, 2 deep, 1 deep, get your ass on these corners and do the fucking work. Because you ain't got time to be sitting at home till I'm waiting on joining the camp. If you know Yahweh's name, Yahweh Shai, and you got Romans 9 in your pocket, get your ass out here. That's all I had. I came out here with Romans 9. Was confounding niggas and everything. I'm telling you, and I say this all the time, Romans 9 is the nuclear bomb when it comes to defending the gospel being for Israel. Because all these Christians come up talking about Paul. It's written by Paul. They say that they're children of God. Paul acknowledges who the children of God are. He says who the promises are for, who the covenants are for. He says who he wishes he was abased and abused for. All these things are covered. So if you got the basics, get on your square. You ain't got to be the biggest Israelite, but come do your part, y'all. But we going to go ahead and hang it up. It was a fruitful time holding camp. I like to say, call halal, Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. This is Sakari San Antonio, and our brother from SOT signing off. Kom Yasharala. Kom
Yasharala.
And Abad Baba. Yeah, too. I'm sorry. You still have the same number? Same number? I should have sent it to you. I'm sorry. Damn it. All right, guys. We done. Did I break it? Did I break it? Damn. No, it's still. Yeah, I shattered the screen. Fuck.